Yep. All right. Well, hello there, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. We're finally back after, what is that? I think it's been pretty much almost a month, right? Because I left. I've been on vacation for the past month, so. And I think we did our stream right before I left, right?
Yep, it's been like 3 weeks or so, almost a month actually. Yeah,
Ooh, okay,
somewhere
okay.
around that time.
But
So
yeah,
it's been
how
a
have you
while.
been, Con?
I've been doing good. Working hard, playing harder,
Nice, nice.
playing some new games actually. I think
Ooh.
one of the games you actually tried on your stream last week, I believe, Clear Obscure.
Oh yeah, and then I ran into a nasty bug that kind of prevented me from
And
continuing on. But
I was going to nerd out on him about
Hmm.
like the game, but like now I cannot spoil him because
yeah, so like what ended up happening is like I ended up playing the game for about like 2.5 hours. I should have noticed off the start when I started a new game, because apparently when you start a new game, you're supposed to pick like where to save your game. Like, you know, it has like all the save files and everything, and then does like an autosave function. And as I was playing the game, it kept saying that it was autosaving, but apparently it never created a save file for me, and it can't create a save file for me at all. So it never created a save file. It never saved for me, even though the autosave like logo thing kept popping up. And after about, I think like 2.5 hours, I tried to face off against like, I don't know if you'd call it like a mini boss or just like a tougher enemy out in the wild. Died, got brought back to this title screen, and then realized I had nothing to load. So that
so funny.
was...
Like, I don't remember them actually asking you like where you want to save the files. At least I don't think so.
Maybe they do that after you create your first. So like maybe for the first one they don't, but I've seen people go and create new, do a new game after they've already have a file created, and it does ask them. So maybe it doesn't for the first one, but yeah. So that was my experience with it, which really sad because I really did enjoy the game, but I just couldn't. I just can't continue. And I honestly thought about refunding the game because I really did not. I really didn't like that, but I do want to play the game, so I'm hoping that they'll just patch it out. But we'll see. We'll see. I've only seen a couple other people like mention it as an issue, and other people mentioning stuff like the game will just randomly delete save files, or like their old save files become corrupted and stuff like that. So
I think I'm seeing some of that too. Yeah. When you mentioned that to me, I look around and like, yeah, there are some people out there that are like complaining about the same problem. But I think it's a much more like a isolated issue, I think, because
I'm pretty sure it's like something somewhat specific, but not like there's something going on, but who knows like what exactly it is. Because I've tried running the game in admin mode as well, because I thought, well, maybe for some reason the game just doesn't have access to wherever it's trying to save, because it's supposed to create something.
Running Steam in admin mode?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because like you said, you run the game. Did you also try to like running Steam on admin mode? Because like it might be the issue on like, because like I think Steam's default folder, I think they saved up in like the program files, right, which is like a root folder of sort.
So that's not where it creates the save data, though. It creates it in like some user cache stuff, in like so your users,
the
like,
documents, usernames, or something like that.
Yeah, in like your app data or something. So it's like, but it's like I tried looking there and it didn't even create the files there. So I thought maybe there's something with permissions, but
that's what I thought too. Yeah.
So I don't know what's going on. Even giving it admin didn't give it that right. So there must be something.
He's missing out, guys. He's missing out.
So I'll try messing around with it maybe a little bit more this weekend. Maybe if I just hard create the folder locations or something, maybe it'll start working magically. But we'll see.
Some people try that. Some said it didn't work for them, but like hopefully it does. Because that game is so good. Like I've been using all my free time to like play that game instead. Like I open my gachas, I do the dailies, like things that are like time sensitive, and then I just turn them off, switch to clear. It's
But nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Like, how far have you? I know you said you haven't played too much of it, but how far have you gotten?
So technically on Steam, I think I've played for 15 hours, but around 2 or 3 of those hours are basically me fighting one boss.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Were you
like
trying?
I think I think I did it on stream, even like where I fought this boss for like actually more. So on stream I did it for like 3 hours, but then after stream I did for like 2 or 3 more.
Ooh, okay.
So like half of the game time that I spent on the game is gonna be like on that boss specifically. It's because the boss is like super high level, like compared to like your characters.
And what difficulty are you playing it on?
I'm playing it on normal.
On
It's just
normal?
the boss
Okay.
is super high level. Yeah.
Mm-mm. Yeah, no, I just
Well,
want to make
it's-
sure because I've heard some people like just instantly start with the
Expert, I think.
expert. Yeah.
I think like the normal and versus the expert doesn't have anything different like other than the number. I think. Like if it has like some like extra achievement, I might like switch to it.
Okay.
But I think it doesn't.
I
have
always kind of
anything
like to
different.
go. What is it like? I always like to play through a game first on normal, see how the game
Mhm.
plays, understand, like maybe some basic builds and kind of stuff like that, and then go into the harder stuff after that. Because I feel like that's always way more. It's way more useful,
Because like I feel like even on normal the game is already like can be pretty
It's tough.
punishing.
Like that first boss I had, like he took off like huge chunks of my health. So
First boss?
it is tough. And are you trying to do more like parries or dodging instead?
Parries. I never use the dodge. I only use the parries. I should probably use the dodge more to like learn about moveset and everything. But like I usually like my instinct always goes to like try and parry everything like instead
Yes,
of like
yeah.
learning the pattern with like dodge.
Mm.
And I think that's like that's probably something that I can do because I'm on normal. Like if I were to play it on expert, I might not be able to do it. I might have to be like more careful with the way I play. It's like I think even like I'm having an easier time now because I beat that optional boss like early on. But that optional boss here, I actually have a screenshot of me beating it.
Ooh, okay.
That optional boss, I have to I basically parried him personal inventory spot. Does it show the number? Yeah, I parried him 218 times to beat him.
Oh, nice.
This is
nice.
one boss. It takes me 25 minutes to beat him. Because I'm so low level compared to like the enemy. And like because I beat that guy, I leveled up, I doubled my level, and then like everything else, like early on at least, like the I think the next area or something, it's basically a cakewalk for me because like I'm just way higher level there.
Nice. Well, but that's always like the fun things, right? When it comes to the games where it's like you take on that high level enemy first just to see.
Yeah,
and then,
the
like,
fact
it's really fun to take it
I
down.
really like games that allows you to do that.
So long as it's not like I hate it when games they put the high level monster in the area and then it's just so far above that you're never going to be able to beat it the first time that you're there. Like
No. Well, this boss is technically like that, except like because it's. I think this is like the same concept as like if you're trying to compare like Genshin to like Wuthering Wave, is that like because Wuthering Wave has like parry and dodges, even though like even though the number difference is like it's there, the difference in numbers, like you can still there's still a way to win, right? Because like if you're playing Genshin, like it's like Genshin is like playing like the old JRPG where like if your numbers are not enough, you're not gonna win no matter what.
And that's what I'm talking about with the like Xenoblade is what's coming to my mind, where it's like you go into an area and you're level like 5, and then there's a level like 80 or 90 monster in the starting area that just one shots you, and it aggroes from like across the room and stuff because why not? And it's like you're never going to be able to beat that guy the first time that you're around, but he's still there for whatever reason, just to make you
probably. Well, can you come back to the area later?
Oh yeah, you definitely can, and then you can kick his ass.
To it, like I think that's the reason. Yeah.
But still, it's like that's not. I don't find that fun the first time, because like it kind of prevents you from like exploring, because if you're just gonna die to something that you can never kill, it ruins exploration. It doesn't. and it just kind of it forces you to kind of grind up until you get there. But
well, I think I think the problem is because there's no other way to do it, right? Because like it's this like Clair Obscure is also turn-based, but because you can parry and dodge, even though like your level is way lower, like with enough like patience and like precision, you can technically beat any level like with like just level 1 characters, technically, like in concept, because like there's no timers. And there's, as long as you know the timing of the enemies, which I eventually learned after like playing for like against the boss for like 5 hours or something, I was able to like perfectly parry, because like the boss kills me in 1 hit. It doesn't matter. Like the boss has so much, like the boss is like way higher level than me. Like if you see the screenshot that I gave you, like the boss has like 80,000 HP or something. And your character, I think when you started off, your character HP is like 100 or like 200.
Yeah, and it's like you can level it up, but I was always like, hey, is this useful to level up? Because it's
no.
Because if you can parry and dodge everything, then it's really just like a buffer for if you like mess up on something.
And the problem is that like once like with like these kind of like some bosses just straight up 1 hit you or like 2 shot you. So like the amount of like points you have to like put into like the health for like an extra buffer is like too much. I think I might as well put it on like critical chance and like damage, which what I did. I put someone on the health and then I regret it. I was like, no, this is not the way to go. It's
no,
like offense.
I did
is
put
the
someone on the
best
health
defense.
first too, and then I'm like, I definitely went back and when I go back, then I'll. I probably won't do
I mean,
it.
if you're restarting it, technically you don't have to go back to anything. You're gonna be, you'll be able to just
right. I'll have to do
roll
it
the right
all
stats.
over again.
Yeah, I mean, probably like you only need to like rewatch all like those cutscenes and like talk to all those characters.
Yeah, it's like
and NPCs.
That was the thing. Is like I was talking to everybody. I unlocked. I got all the coins and everything, so I bought all that stuff at the beginning. I think the only thing I didn't do is like you mentioned there was like a mimic or something at the start that I never saw. So
yeah, it's a mime.
Or mime.
Yeah. So it's the mimes on the Clair Obscure is actually drops you cosmetic items. Depending on like,
I did hear that.
It's really interesting because like you can see the cosmetic that they drop from the actual mime itself.
Oh, okay, because it's like whatever they're wearing, right?
Yeah. So for example, like if it's like for like Mild, for example, for like the little girl, right? The mime is gonna be her. The mime is gonna be like her with like what kind of like outfit like it's dropping. For example, if it drops a hat, then it's gonna be a mild mime with a hat.
Oh, okay.
I think the only one that is like bald is like the first mime that you meet like in the prologue. Cause like every mime after that has like a distinct look. So like if it's like a mime for like Gustav's like item like fashion, then it's gonna be like him. If it's like Lune, then like it's gonna be like her. Like the mime is gonna look like her.
Okay. So is the first mime then like so he doesn't have anybody on it? Is his cosmetic available for everyone?
No, the first mime drops outfit for Gustav, I think.
Oh, that's it.
I think it's like
okay.
I think it's a haircut if I'm not wrong.
Oh, boo. Okay, because like he got that haircut from the prologue. I'm like, oh, this haircut looks worse than what it was before. So.
No, you got another haircut from like the mime. I think if I'm not wrong. It's been a while. It's been I was so focused on like that one boss that I have to fight. I'm pretty sure like I lost. I lost memories on like some of the fights that I fought before that.
But I'm glad you're enjoying it, and hopefully they'll patch it up for me at some point, so I can get in there and enjoy it as well.
Gotta find a fix for that, man, so you can actually start playing, and then we can like exchange knowledge and like.
Oh, maybe next time for the random ramble as well. I'll have some more experience with it.
Hopefully.
And I'm looking. I know there's at least 3 characters, and I don't know who would I have met the 4th one, or because there's the sorcerer, there's your little sister, and then
So she's an adopted sister. Like she's
Well, yeah,
like
yeah. I know she's
yeah.
an adopted sister, but then there's like somebody else on the left-hand side on the store page. So
In total, there's like 6 characters, I think, but the one that
Oh,
they
there
show
is
on
more.
the
Okay.
store page is like 4, which is like
Gotcha.
the other girl on the party. I think if you went to the expedition party, there's the girl with like a tattoo on her face. I think like
Oh,
it's like
yeah.
she's
There were
like
some
a
cool
tan
looking
and
characters at
everything.
the party.
Yeah.
And then the other ones, I was like, huh. Because I was surprised when I saw the party and I was like, huh, there's a lot of characters here and they don't all look great. And then the first cutscene happens. I'm like, okay, that's why they didn't put much effort into
Yeah, that is like such a like a. I
What?
mean,
It's a
you say that, but even like the ex-girlfriend, for example, right? Like in the opening scene, she's pretty well detailed, and then like she's gone.
I kind of felt like she was going to disappear though at the beginning. I didn't think it was hilarious when you were like controlling her and
I
then
mean,
like
you can-
the physics weren't like
You can kind of see the vibe, but like in terms of detail, like she doesn't. Yeah, she seems important, so you didn't, you didn't expect. You expect something bad would happen, but you didn't expect it to be her.
Oh, really? I kind of did. To me, she
maybe.
didn't seem super. At least at the same level.
Well, for me is like I can kind of see it happening, right? Because like everyone was like sad and everything when they were talking with her, and like you can also tell like it kind of like caught me a bit off guard because like I didn't see the trailer, I didn't like really read the description, but like they kind of explain some of the games in like the description too. If you read it, you probably would understand. Like the scene wouldn't be like as surprising, I'd say, if you read the description of the game.
Although, now that I think about it, with the setting of the game, maybe the reason I can't play the game is because I'm 34. So, so I would have been wiped out with the cast too. So,
damn. I'm sorry, sequel. Let me put like I should have put like a necklace of like flowers on your.
Oh yeah, with the red flowers.
Like when I met you last time, yeah, I should have been like, oh, goodbye, sequel. It's been nice knowing you.
Oh man, I thought that was funny. It's like, oh, and it's like thinking about it too, because I was trying to like calculate everyone's like age and stuff, and I mistook because his sister, like the little sister's, she's got to be like what, only like 14 or something, or like.
I think according to the website, she's 16.
Okay, because it was like this weird thing of like, because it said that she was like younger or something, but then it's like I had to keep remembering like with the. Because like every year the age gets younger or something, so there was like some weird math that I had to do. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but it's like it makes it complicated.
The easiest way to do it is every time the count, like everyone ages at double time, because you know how like the monolith, the big thing counts down.
Right.
Yeah, so you lose 1 year of your life every time that number goes down, but you also age. So every time, like, so Maya is supposed to die in like 9 years when she was talking with you.
Right. Because that's what I was trying to figure out, because they were like, it wasn't her expedition, but then she was saying she was going to die at a certain time or something. And so that's where I was trying to figure out her name.
Yeah. So she said she's gonna like Gustav told her that like, oh, you're gonna like, you still have like 9 years left. It's because like I think. So she was like 15 or 16, and then
that must have been it, because it's like I was trying to do it. I'm like, oh, 9 years, and she's like 24, and then I'm like, no,
that's
wait.
That's what everyone said too. I saw a lot of people.
But then it's like I thought about it,
and
I said, wait, I thought about it. It's like, no, if she was 24, then she would die before, like because of the it's. Oh, it's weird. Makes you think for sure.
It does makes you think a bit, but like I think I really. It can I'd say the game will kind of like weed out some people that doesn't really like into like reading or like listening to story, and like because like there's a lot of like word building like with the characters you talk with, right? And you gotta pay attention like to the conversation they made and everything like that.
I will say I was gonna say the combat also reminds me a lot of a very old JRPG that I played on the PS1 called The Legend of the Dragoon, because in that game they didn't have the parry or dodge system, but they did have that combo system. You know, like how when you go to attack, you have to like time it
Yeah, to press the
correctly.
right timing.
Right. They had that as well. And that was always really fun, and it would help build up your bars to be able to transform into a dragoon and then, you know, do even more powerful attacks. So it's like, I like that they brought that back in, but then they also added in their own thing with the dodges and parries and stuff. So
For me, I do know some games that requires timing like that, but I don't think like it's a turn-based game. Never a turn-based game, I think.
right. It's very rare in the turn-based scene. Like,
Yeah.
Legend of Dragoon's the only one that comes to my mind. I'm sure there's probably a couple others here and there that do the same thing, but yeah, it's cool to see it. I wonder if more people will try to go down that route or if they'll try to do something else. We'll see.
Oh man, I'll be open to something like that, especially like if they implement like I feel like the problem with turn-based game is that sometimes, like, you know, for people the more current generation, right, it's less engaging because like you're just watching, you know, you pressing a command and then like the characters move. And I think that's why like turn-based and like strategy game in general are less engaging for like younger audience. I feel like this is like a fresh take on it.
I think also part of it too used to be like being able to figure out some of those like calculations and stuff, you know, or like just kind of what makes a good character and stuff. Like, I feel like a lot of that is kind of also disappeared
I mean,
too
people
with the
still
internet. Like,
see, people still care about something like that, right? Because like for example, like think of like something like Elden Ring, because like you still have to figure out your build and stuff like that. But like
right,
I
but
think
it's
the
like you can
gameplay-
look up a YouTube video for it now, right? And or you could find like a cookie cutter build for it, whereas like before, back in the day, you'd have to test it out and do it on your own, and you know, it would kind of be fun to see what you could come up with, and then and it kind of takes
That's
it away
true.
if somebody already has the same idea as you, and then
yeah, you're not wrong. But like,
I'm interested to see what people do with it, because it's been very successful, right? Pretty much. I think they sold like a lot of
2 million,
2 million, yeah.
2 million copy,
And the game's only like what, $40, I think, too.
50.
50. Okay, so that's cheaper than everything else. So
Yeah, I think people said I'm not sure how long the story wise, but the game is like 50. I bought the deluxe edition, so it's 60 for me.
ooh, did you get
but
anything
I
special
think it's
with
like
the deluxe or?
extra skins.
Oh.
That's it. I don't regret buying it. I'm not gonna lie, with like the how the quality of the game that I'm receiving. I'm glad I paid up the deluxe edition,
Right,
even
right.
if I don't end up using the skin that they gave us.
But it's like that's the thing too. It's like when you create a good game, people are they're always more willing to give you money for it, right? So you don't always have to. Companies don't always have to be greedy, but
Yeah, I know. And like the fact that like I think I saw some rumor or some post where like people said that, like the budget for the game is like 5.5 million euro.
oh, and if that's the case, then that's pretty cheap compared to like everything else, right?
Yeah,
like,
no, because like do you know how many developer they have for the game?
it's a much smaller, like probably like 10 or like 15.
No, 30.
Okay.
30 junior developer, I think. The only person that is like super I think that is like super experienced, I think, is the game director.
So
like
some
the
of them
person that's from Ubisoft.
did they used to work at like Ubisoft is what I was gonna
Yeah.
say.
They're ex Ubisoft devs, but I think like the majority of the team is like junior devs and like not super experienced ones. Like it takes them like a team of 30. I don't know how long they've been working like on the game. But like with like 5.5 million budget, and like they make like the game sold 2 million copies, right? 2 million times 60 is like 120 million. Even with like Steam's $30 cut, I'd say that's still a profit.
Oh yeah, I mean, and it's
like,
only been out for what, like a couple of weeks?
Like less than 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I think when they make the announcement for like the 2 million sold, it was only 12 days or something. And like, oh man, like See, I think last night I finally like put a review on Steam, and like basically my experience with this game is like very similar to like Elden Ring,
Mm.
where like if you look at the game from the technical perspective, like the texture or like the movement, right? Like you can kind of see it can be like a bit janky here and there.
You could tell that they're using what feels like a pre-made engine, or like I don't know if it's like Unreal or something. But
for me it's not not about the engine, but like I can kind of see like they're cutting, like I don't want to say cut corners, right? But I think that's how it feels. Like in terms of technical aspect, it's a bit behind.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like it feels like they're using like a pre-made engine or a pre-use engine, and then they're just I don't know which. Actually, if I started up, I could probably see, but that's what it feels like anyway to me.
Well,
but yeah, it's
well, you say that, but Elden Ring is made by like technically in the custom engine, right? But it still feels janky.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of like experience that I want to like mention, because like the technical experience was janky. Like for example, like there's a lot of like invisible barrier. Like the game feels a bit dated in like the technical aspect. Like if you I think I made a comparison with Elden Ring. Is, for example, like if you zoom in and like the items on the Elden Ring, it's like pixelated. Like the texture is like so low res, and like the polygon is like you can kind of see like some of the weapons are kind of blocky. It's not like super smooth or anything like that. If you're trying to like pixel peep and like look at like the game in detail, like you can kind of see like the game is quote unquote flawed, but like the experience of playing the game, man, it's just like mind blowing. It's kind of like when playing Elden Ring first time. Like you don't care, like technically speaking, like this game is behind like if you want to compare something like, I don't know, Call of Duty or something like that, but like when I'm playing Elden Ring, I don't care about any of that. I just run out like I run out through the whole map and just experience the game. Like that's like a like a 128 like by 128 like texture, like it looks pixelated. I don't care.
Yeah,
I just want to kill bosses and like walk around, and I think that's like the same exact experience I have with like this game. Because like when I was trying to like explore some of the maps, like the areas, right? Because I know you haven't gotten too far, but like for example, when I think you were talking earlier about reaching the second flag where there's like a pathways, right? Like that is like
yeah, and then it's like I think the pathway to like
I think you can kind of see the monolith like all the way. Like there's a few, right? I think.
Oh yeah. There was a view at some point. Yeah.
If you try to jump out of the areas, I don't think you can do that. There's an invisible barrier, so you can kind of tell that like the game is super
notice
like
that.
curated. Yeah, but the only reason I noticed it is because I actually try to jump, right? Like if people just like keep walking and like keep like enjoying like they probably wouldn't notice most of like the corners that they cut.
Or
I think the movement can be better,
it's not like cut, but it's more like they did just make it. It's more on rails, sort of. Yeah.
Yeah, they just But that's why I don't want to say corner cut, because like that sounds like they're trying to cheapen the experience. Because like no, it's just not their focus, I think.
Right. And they wanted more concise like gameplay experience and everything. And I do. It's like as fun as open world can sometimes be, it's like I do prefer the more like on rails or like linear path, to get to one place to another and then have some choices in between. But like but open world, but I think they made the right choice, and you really don't even notice it unless, like you said, unless you really do try to jump off and kill yourself.
The game does open up once you reach a certain point. This might sound like a spoiler, but I think like they have like a showcase or somewhere. But like you basically go into like areas, and like you don't have to go to like the story area immediately. There's like other like side areas you can come into. So like the game is technically quote unquote open world, but it's not really open world. It's like once you enter the area, you kind of like get locked into a rail. But like the they put a surprising amount of like secrets diversion around the map that you can kind of like go through. So like you can always experience the map like linearly, just following the right path, or like you can try to like go around. Like every map is basically kind of like a small maze, basically, in a way. But
Okay.
I do think some things can be smoothed out. For example, like I think I find the like the movement a bit stiff. Like yeah,
I could see that.
I
It's just
immediately
some of the
told,
jumping that I had to do like early
yeah,
on was
and
kind
like
of rough.
the zip line, like the one where you like zip like across the platform.
Oh yeah. That
Those
one
are like
seemed
super
fine.
stiff.
It was.
I think that feels like I think it's stiff in terms of like the transition. If you're running and then you press that, like that character basically has to stop first.
Okay. Maybe
Like,
maybe I didn't have too much experience doing that because I think I did mostly like stop before I did it, but like I definitely noticed like because like I think at the beginning there's like the crates with that one like item on top of it something, and you have to like try to like jump and pull yourself up. Yeah, it's like that felt very rough to do, but
yeah, the platforming, it feels like playing. I don't know if you played this game. It's a game called Only Up.
I have not played it, but I've seen it. Like
yeah, where the game where like you're supposed to climb, like it's like kind of like a platforming / parkour in a way. You have to keep climbing up like throughout the sky, and like there's all this weird thing that you have to like run. It feels or like Chain Together. I don't know if you played Chain Together.
No. I know of these games because I've seen other like streamers and stuff do it, and
yeah, it's
and
like
it's
the
really,
movement feels similar to that.
And Only Up was like really
ways.
popular for a long time because of the speedrunning community and everything, right? So
Yeah. I think the game had some problem though with the copyright. So
yeah, and I think the game just became too much for the creators because I don't even think you can play it now, or maybe
no, it's off Steam now.
Yeah,
it's because of the copyright problem. So like apparently like they used like stolen assets or something. So like the game got taken down.
I thought they got rid of that though, and then it was up for a bit, but then I think the director himself just took it down because, or the creator, not the director, because I think it was just made by one guy, right? But it was beginning. It was kind of like a Flappy Bird situation where it's like he just made the game and then it became super popular, and then he just didn't want all the expectations of it, like coming up with a sequel or new content or any of that stuff. So he just took the game down.
It's like a one-time paid game, right? I don't know why you have to like keep doing expansion and updates to it. Just fix the bugs and then like leave it be, right? Because like,
I mean, it's different, right? Because maybe he feels an obligation to his fans and everything, so he wants to keep kind of going, and then.
I mean, see, I don't know if I can agree with that because like the game is not a live service. Like I would expect something like that from like a gacha game or like an online game, right? But like for example, like Dark Souls. Like like when From Software moved from Dark Souls to Elden Ring, I don't expect them to update Dark Souls again. Like it's a I already got the full product basically, right?
But you'd still expect some updates in Elden Ring, though, right?
Well, because it is the current game, right? Because like if
right.
like if the developer wants to move on to another game, like once
But he wasn't moving on to anything else, right? And so I think that was kind of the thing is like, well, this is his only game. It's a success. There's a bunch of people playing it. So he probably felt like it would be good to keep that success going if he had to, update it. And then I'm sure other people were probably asking him all the time too on social media, like, hey, are you going to fix this? Or are you going to do that?
Just don't use social media, bro. Just be like me. Like social media, like, social media is only for doom scrolling, nothing else.
I mean,
but like I don't know. I feel like there's a different expectation. I would set like a boundary like between like a game that I would pay once and then like, it's kind of like knowing what you paid for in a way. Because like he can always like do like an announcement like, hey, like the development I've done, I think it's like polished enough. Like if there's any critical bug, you can let me know. I'll fix it. But like otherwise, there's no more like update and stuff like that. He could have done something like that instead. Like if he wants to. But like he chose a different route and like he removes the game completely. So like now he generates no money basically.
Well, yeah, but I mean the creator of Flappy Bird did the same thing too, right? It's just like sometimes you just don't want to have that success, and so I think it's fine if he they just
You know
want to go
what?
away.
They should give their money to me because like I want to have that kind of success. Okay, if they don't want a success, I want a success.
It's always weird, right? Like fame always hits people. It hits people randomly and at times that you're not always prepared for. So, it's like he created a game that he liked, but I think he just wasn't ready for it at the time. And I can respect that he was willing enough to take it down and be like, hey, it's just too much for me. I need to step back.
That's
But
fair,
yeah.
but he even took down the store page.
Mhm.
I cannot even see the description of the game anymore. It's kind of sad.
It is. Like, and as far as like video game, like I do really love video game archiving and stuff because I feel like that's super important because I feel like video games as a medium it's very easy for them to just disappear into the ether.
Mm-hmm.
So it is sad on that part, but I'm sure there have been so many copycats of it lately that if you wanted to find a game like it, you probably could. Or you could probably find a bootleg version of it on the internet somewhere. But yeah, speaking of Steam games though, I'm really looking forward to Uma Musume coming out next month, which is another gacha game. But it'll be coming out on both a PC on Steam and then also on your phones and everything. And it's finally having its global release, which is great because it's been in Japan, I think, for the past 4 years or so. And I think they also released it in Korea and China. And then it just took them a while to get it out in the global regions. But I'm looking forward to it. Even though it's only been out in those regions, it still makes like it always tops like the gacha revenue chart and everything. So
I think I see Uma Musume like a couple of times on like when people are reacting to like the gacha revenue and stuff.
Right.
I just don't know which one of the game is, and I don't even know what the game is about.
So Uma Musume is horse girls in Japanese, and it's all about so like you'll get different horse girls, of course, and of course they decide to add in horse racing is what it is, and horse racing is very popular in Japan. And they also added in idols into the thing too, because whenever your horse girls win a race, you get an idol concert at the end with your horse girls. So
okay.
And so what the gameplay is like you get the horse girls and then you put them on like a training regimen, and you can sort of control like what they do, raise their stats for certain things, and then you put them into a race to compete against whatever event and stuff is coming up. And then everything's in 3D, so you get to see all the training and all the like races happening. And the races are just like horse races, but with also some anime powers kind of kicking in to push them forward a little bit. And also, when you get higher up, you can unlock these crazy outfits for them. And I say crazy outfits, but like they're outfits that like I would not consider you would want to run in this outfit kind of thing. Like I think, of course, for one of them, I think they have like a wedding outfit and stuff. And it's like, yeah, running around in a wedding dress on a court sounds like a great idea.
That sounds like a recipe for like tripping.
Just but the anime is good. I've been catching up on that as well. Like, because the developer of this game is Cygames, and they've been doing a really good job of like taking their gacha profits, because they're the ones that have created Grand Blue Fantasy, Shadowverse, Uma Musume, and then a couple other stuff.
I've seen what they're capable of with the 3D models.
But it's like they also create like animes out of their stuff. So it's like they have like three seasons of Uma Musume, a movie, and then they're also doing a side series right now that came out called Cinderella Grey, which is free on YouTube. But like the animations for that is great. Shadowverse also has an anime. They also came out with a unique original anime this season called, it's like Hotel something. Let me see if I can find it.
Hotel Transylvania.
Yeah.
I'm joking, guys. That's a Western movie.
Apocalypse Hotel. is what it is, and it takes place far, far in the future where these robots are trying to take care of a hotel in a world where people or any form of life just doesn't exist anymore. So I've heard it's very good.
Galaxy far, far away, there's a hotel.
Well, it's more like an Earth in a very long, long time in the future. But it's really, I've heard some really good things about it, but it's just really cool that Cygames, like, you know, they take their gacha money and then instead of buying, you know, nuclear reactors, they go and create awesome anime and stuff out of it to help promote their own stuff and also just be really fun stuff to watch. So
that's fair. You know what? At least I can see like they're putting their money into like some, like, you know, their fans. Right.
It's kind of like, you know, how League created Arcane and stuff, right?
Yeah. I do enjoy when companies does that. So the gacha precedes the anime. Yeah, I think the gacha precedes the anime, right? It's just like, well, actually no, like FGO for no.
At least in this
Grand
case,
Blue Fantasy. No, for Grand Blue Fantasy, there's the I think the gacha game comes first, and then they made anime out of it, right? Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, did they? I think they did create an anime actually. I don't know if it's very good. That one I've heard a lot of stuff about.
Grand Blue has an anime. Yeah, it has like 2 seasons or something.
I'll have to watch that because I haven't seen that one, but I have played through. Like I do play Grand Blue. I don't play it as much anymore. It's more like a side game that I occasionally go and watch or go and play. But oh, you're right. They do have 2 seasons. I'll put this onto my list too. I'm interested.
I remember because I watched the first one.
Oh, okay.
I watched a couple episodes. I think I watched like the first 2 episodes or something, and like when the main character, the captain, first meet like Lyra, I think, like the girl. And then they share the bond and everything. And as soon as I saw that, I'm like, oh no, this is gonna be one of those like friendship power anime again. It's like fairy tale all over again.
Not
like
quite.
Back then I didn't know it was a gacha game. I just watched the anime and I was like, this looks like fairy tale to me, and I just stopped watching.
But yeah, and then they also have one on Shadowverse 2. Although the anime is a little bit, well, it was different than the card game, like the digital card game that they had. However, Shadowverse is also getting a updated version as well next month. I think in June 15th. And in that one, they are actually kind of making it a little bit closer to what some of the changes that they made in the anime, which is kind of interesting to see. But also they're adding in their own unique mechanics as well. So if you've watched the anime, it should maybe be a little bit easier for you to get into the new one. But yeah, it's like I just find it very cool. And like I said, Uma Musume, the anime has been very good. Season 1's a little rough, but I think it's mainly just because of the protagonist or the character that they decided to focus on wasn't super great. But the other 2 seasons have been really good. And Cinderella Grey is amazing. Like I feel like that's the season where it's like they've learned from everything else, and you can see just how good they've made it. And I've heard the movie was very good too, but I have no idea where you can watch that.
See, what would the story be about though?
For Uma Musume, or?
Yeah. Because I feel like Uma Musume it's similar to like what was it again? Like Blue Archive or like something like where like the. Like at least like in the game, right? The main character would be like this one dude without a face. It's kind of like Nikkei.
No,
way, right?
So actually, I think we are just supposed to be like their trainer and stuff, but the story is focused more on the girls themselves. And in fact, I don't even think us as a protagonist is even in the anime. Like they've created their own. Yeah, they've created trainers with actual like personalities and stuff that are, you know. I mean, actually like, train the girls, but
like the thing. What if you compare it to like something like Nekopara? Like
no,
it's Nekopara.
I've seen the anime for that. I haven't played it, but it's not. It's not quite like that.
It's not like that, but like you're following the perspective of like the cat owner, like in Nekopara.
No, you're not following the cat owner. You're following the horse girl herself as she's trying to become the ultimate racer and everything. And what's interesting
Okay.
about Uma Musume is that these horse girls are actually based off of real life racehorses, even
So, like,
down to like the
Azulain?
name. And what's interesting is that if you actually know the history of the racehorses, you could actually predict where the story is going to go, because there are things that happen to these horses that happen in the anime, and it's like when you see that that's actually the case, like it's really cool to be there.
That is really cool. They're keeping it like, blending like reality and like fiction.
And it's like
I love stuff like that.
and it's cool too, because you'll see it on YouTube where they'll do a side-by-side comparison of like the anime race and then like the real life race, and it's really pretty accurate on some stuff. And in fact, there was even one scene where like, it's not really spoilers, but there's like one scene where like a girl is facing off against another girl, but the other girl is like, she trains super hard and she has this like aura of like, I'm just gonna dominate the shit out of you, and it scares the girl so bad that she's not willing to go into like the horse, because like in horse racing they put them into like those little like cage
area where like when
it's kind of like a cage, but it's like a little area that they're in at the very start of the race, and she's like not willing to go into it. And I think they did that because in the actual race itself the horse was having problems, but it's like, it's cool how they justify it in the anime. It's because she's like freaked out and everything. It's it's cool how they kind of mix that stuff in.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
I think the only thing that's a little bit weird is that I do not understand how the horse girls age, because they introduce like these characters that like, oh, they're like little kids and stuff in like season like 1 or 2, and then by season 3 they're now not full grown adults, but they're like the same age as all the other characters, or they look at the same age, and the other characters are also like, they haven't aged despite these
Well, that's
kids
just
have aged up,
anime,
so.
anime.
Yeah, but
It's like typical fiction universe. Like,
I think the
we've seen that
author or like
happening
the
a lot.
creator said that they're like elves, so like they don't age as quickly.
that's so weird. Well, I don't know.
Well,
how
because
to
like
say it,
horses
'cause,
don't
that's
exist in
definitely-
this world, so
Yeah, they're definitely that's definitely a fiction side of it, because I do
Right,
know
right.
horses, they live up to like 30 something years old usually.
Oh, that's a good point. I don't know how.
Like, cause I have a coworker that used to have horses.
Okay,
so
okay.
She told me like how old, like some of her horses get to like 30 to the 40s. So like I think that's how long they can usually live on average.
That's a pretty good age for an animal. Like,
Yeah. Like, yeah, they're one of the like the longer living ones, other than like something like a turtle that can live like hundreds of years.
a turtle or like elephants, I feel like live
I think
for quite a while, right?
tortoise, yeah. I mean, like if it's elves, like once they said elves, it's like, oh yeah, it's gonna be, they're gonna make, they can make it however old it is, and however, and she can look as young as she wants to. It's like looking at Frieren,
I think
like,
honestly,
she's so young.
Honestly, I think the only reason they did that is because they want to keep the older characters around as like mentors for like the newer cast that come in, but they don't want you to they don't want to show them being like getting older and stuff, and then have the people that fell for them like go away. Even though I think that could work really well if you show them like aging up and stuff, but it's just what they decide to do, at least for the anime. So yeah, so I'm very much looking forward to that game coming out next month.
That's
In
crazy.
fact, I'm looking forward to both that and Shadowverse. So next month is going to be very good for me. I'm kind of in that stage right now where it's like, oh man, what do I do while waiting for that stuff to come out? Like, do you ever get that feeling like when there's like a new game or something that you really want to come out, but it's like you still have to wait like a couple weeks or like a month or so?
In terms of feelings, I do feel that way. For example, like when Elden Ring is about to come out back then, I was like, oh my god, Elden Ring is coming. At the same time, in reality, I actually have like thousands of backlog games on Steam that I could have just played, right? So like, it's just a feeling most of the time, because like in terms of reality, I have a lot of games that I could have like gone through first.
But like, do you ever get any like paralysis where it's like, oh man, that game's coming out, and I know I could play all this stuff, but man, that game's coming out in a month.
I mean, there's definitely some of that feeling, especially if you know Like the game that is coming is like a game that like you already know it's you're gonna spend hundreds of hours on it. But I think it depends on like the kind of games you want to play now, right? Because like most of the time, if you know if the game
You
is
good?
like a month away, for example, but then
Hmm.
like but like we got Marvel Rivals right now, we can just Marvel Rivals is like
You know,
PvP, right? It's
That's a
not a
game I need
story
to try
game.
because I've been seeing a lot of people playing it, and I've heard nothing but good things about it. So
Yeah, I heard that people are really liking the game. It's like Overwatch, except like the characters are like
hmm.
characters from Marvel,
I think
obviously.
if they add in, because it was rumored that they wanted to add in a story mode into that game, and if they do that, I will totally play that because that makes me laugh so much because that's what Overwatch 2 was supposed to be, right? Was like the story
That
mode
would be
focused,
such yeah,
and
that
then
would be such a kick in the butt.
yeah.
It's like,
So
hey, do you know like this other devs that you like that you used to love that cancels out their like single player mode? Here you go. We give them,
hmm.
we gave you what they promised you.
Yeah, well, and it's like I feel so bad for Overwatch because it's like it's essentially Overwatch 2 is just essentially Overwatch now because they went back to I think it's only like 5v5 now instead of the 6v6 I think that they had in Overwatch 2. They added loot boxes back into the game, you know.
Yeah, so it's just Overwatch 1.
Yeah. It's just
Back to
Overwatch
the
1, you
old
just have to
game.
pay for it again and then so yeah, it's sad to
It's so
see.
I feel bad for the community, but like the
Yeah.
fact that you paid for the game, the fact that you keep supporting the game kind of shows that you deserve it. To be fair.
Well, no, I would never say that because like fans and stuff always
No,
like
I think you should be able like if you're a reasonable person, you should be able to draw the line, right?
well, but it's hard to do that when you've like especially because if you spent was it the sunk cost fallacy and everything and
Yeah,
if
but
it's a
like
game that you care about it's hard to get away from that when especially when it's your first time.
I think I acknowledge that it is hard, but the real answer is still to stop supporting it. Like the right answer is still
Mhm.
to like stop giving them money if you want them to change. It's the same.
No,
It's
no,
the same
I
argument I keep telling
mhm.
people that like love. Like I have a friend that really likes Pokemon, for example, like a Nintendo, and I keep telling them like, if you want Nintendo to be a better company, like you gotta stop giving them money.
Yeah, it's like no, I definitely agree because your wallet definitely speaks louder than your
Yeah,
words or
vouch with your wallet. Yeah,
but it takes a good mindset and I feel like it takes people
it is
have to
hard.
get down to you
I'm
have
not
to get
saying
down
it
to a
is
certain
easy.
point. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like I feel like eventually everyone does get to that point where it is too much and then they step out and then they realize, "Oh, wow. There's so much stuff that I just have not touched or didn't realize even existed." And then they realize that, "Oh, yeah, I don't have to tie myself down to to this one thing and can do a bunch of other stuff." But it just takes a while to get there for some people.
yeah,
And it's like
it
and if
is.
you try to force that, then you're just going to bunker down even more. So
Yeah, which is kind of unfortunate, right? Because at the same time, it's those people that ends up like making the game, you know, goes even
mhm.
more downhill because they keep supporting the game. The game keeps getting worse, and then more people left out. So like the company will try to squeeze what like whatever is left in the community even more. Like I think
Mhm.
like a lot of companies does that these days, right? Where like, oh, there are less people spending money on video games. Do you know how we can get like more profit? Let's increase the game price so the people that keeps playing video
Mm.
games gonna spend more, and then we can recoup our loss. And like that logic does not work for the most part, I think.
Yeah,
It's
it works
like
in the short term. For any long
yeah,
term thing, though, it you end up losing a lot of stuff. So, and I think that's kind of the problem where it's like a lot of people are more just worried about the short term because that's what affects like your stocks and all this other stuff. And it's like very few companies and very few things are long term oriented. So
that is the sad part for me. Like really, really the sad part, because like there are some games out there that could have been good,
mm.
but the community keep glazing it too much. and then the company, or either that or the company went public.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's right.
Which is
I
like
hope. What is it? Is it Larian Studios? I hope they never go public.
No. Like, I'm gonna make a side tangent here because Discord is about to go public.
Oh really? Okay.
Because their CEO stepped down, and then apparently
have they been making? I feel like Discord's been losing money though, hasn't it? Or
Discord always loses money. It's like a loss leader in a way.
Yeah.
But the problem is that apparently the replacement for the new CEO that replaces the old one, the founder, is gonna be an ex-Blizzard director.
It's not Bobby Kotick, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay.
But he was the one that manages I think King, which is Candy Crush.
Oh, ooh, okay.
Yeah, you already have you already have like big questions to that. And then they also announced that they're going IPO, which is like going public on like the
okay.
Selling shares and all that. Like, and you can already see shit going downhill, like really, really steep hill.
Yeah,
like
we'll
a
have
cliff.
to wait and see.
I'm already preparing myself to like quit on like the Discord subscription if anything shit happens. But like I'm already like
I'll keep my eyes
so
open
close.
for it. So
Yeah. But yeah, that's a side tangent that like you guys should pay more attention to, like, in case you're thinking of like giving more money to like Discord. Just know that like they're about to go public, and you know what happened when things go public? It went to shit. And shitification, I think that's how they call it, right?
Well, not always. There's usually like a honeymoon phase first whenever big changes like this happen. It usually takes a while, so you'll have a little bit of a free time, and then we'll see where things end up going.
You have like give or take like a year or two to find a replacement for Discord.
Which is weird because I am surprised that nothing has really kind of overtaken Discord, because like before, back in the day, we had like Ventrilo, and then there was like there was something else that came up after that for a little bit. I'm remembering the icon, but the name is completely escaping me. But then when Discord came, like everybody just went to Discord. And no, not Skype. Although Skype is, I hate how Skype is like on my PC. I can still right click and it's like, do you want to open this in Skype? I'm like, no, I don't want to.
Oh yeah.
And I accidentally like click it sometimes. Or
R is right, by the way. Skype died, actually closed down. I think I saw the news too. Yeah, rip.
But I think it was like it's not Microsoft Teams, but it was called something else. Oh, let me see if I can find it while googling. No.
TeamSpeak.
TeamSpeak, yes, TeamSpeak. That's what it was. Yeah.
That still exists. You can kind of like do the self-host or something like that, right? TeamSpeak is still around from what I know.
Right, but that was supposed to be the replacement for Ventrilo, and it was for a while. But then Discord just kind of took over. So I wonder if people will go to TeamSpeak if that's the thing, or if a new tool will just come up. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Hopefully nothing bad happens. Hopefully, because I would prefer not to lose Discord, because Discord is so good.
Discord, yeah. It will be such a shame if we have to close down Discord, like if we have to uninstall Discord, because like it's already like some of the updates that they're doing is already bad in my opinion. It's already been going to like a bad overall direction for Discord has only been like negative for me, and
like
honestly,
any changes or just like you just don't like the UI or
well, there are a lot of changes that like I forgot, like I cannot remember on the top of my head, but they did some changes that makes like I think things worse. I mean, the UI is definitely I personally hate the UI changes too. But like that's definitely one of them. And then like
because
I forgot. I think back then when they started when they started pushing for like Discord Nitro, they started like cutting out like the You know how like when you don't pay for it, like I think they started like locking more and more features behind the Nitro, I think, right?
Oh, did they? I kind of got not Nitro like early on for
Yeah,
certain
I
things.
ended up
So
getting Nitro because of that, because like the free version keeps getting worse. Like it keeps losing a lot of, like, I think, for example, I think the file limit, I think
mhm.
back then you can do up to like 25 megabytes without Nitro, and the Nitro is still 100, it's still the same. But then they lowered it down to 8, and then they introduced Nitro Basic, which has like 50 megabytes limit. So like you know how it is. Like, yeah,
Interesting.
they cut down the free version, and then they put a price tag on it. And as soon as I saw that, like, oh no, it's already going that direction. But also, I kind of understand, like, they're kind of like, actually, I don't understand, because like technically they're like technically a loss leader.
Right, but well, you can only be a loss leader if you have something else to make that money for, right? And what is the thing that's still making the money for?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I don't know what they're
So
making
you
money
can't really
for.
say you're a lost leader if you're not actually, if you don't have a leader in front of you.
Yeah, it gotta lead you somewhere.
Right. So it's
But
like,
like I think
for
it makes
instance,
sense. But like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I would like to think that it's the same as like Amazon, like running running Twitch,
mm,
or like
right. So
running
that would be a good
Amazon.com,
lost leader, right? So like
because like that's like
Twitch
the kind of like
Twitch
loss
loses
leader
money,
I'm thinking of.
but
Yeah,
Amazon
but
makes
like
so much of it that it doesn't matter. So
well,
it does matter,
Amazon
but
makes money. Like even the Amazon, like the store, right? It's also a loss leader, because I think like they spend a lot of money on like
Amazon definitely makes
delivery and
I think
transport.
Amazon definitely makes money. They do spend a lot of money, but I think a lot of that is more just to make sure that they don't pay extra taxes. Like, but they do. Amazon definitely does make money.
Yeah, yeah, but that's
I
like
know YouTube for a long time wasn't profitable, but I think
YouTube was
now
also
it
like
is
in a way
profitable.
some like somewhat of like a loss leader too, like
Mm.
YouTube when it started off, because like it doesn't make profit until like really recently, right? But like even
Mhm.
then, the way they do it is fucking awful, because like how many ads are you gonna like
Oh, I have YouTube Premium, so
shove
that's
down
why
our
I got.
throat? See, but that's the thing. Even when paying, they're gonna make it worse now, because like I think they started trying to introduce ads on like the premium version too.
At least not for anything that I've seen. So
Not yet. They're thinking about it. I think from what I've heard. I think a
uh,
lot of like
if,
companies are starting doing that too. Well, like if you like for example, like I think Netflix, I think
yeah, I saw that for like Netflix and stuff where they had like a
yeah, they're
paid
gonna
version.
add
And,
ads. Yeah, if you paid, you're gonna see less ads if you paid. And then like I thought the whole point of paying is that I don't have to see ads.
right. So
So yeah,
that always
no,
sucks.
like,
And YouTube's also very nefarious with things because they've been having that fight against ad blocker and everything, right? So it's like if you have ad blocker, either the site won't work or it'll like lag out so much that it's like unwatchable. So that's actually the main reason why I got YouTube Premium at the time, because it was having like the ad blocker was being such a pain with it. And honestly, I've enjoyed it because I use YouTube Music a lot now too, and YouTube Music's free with ad blocker. So overall, I've actually enjoyed the cost. So
I mean, for the Android, mine is definitely. Actually, I shouldn't be talking about that. All I can say is that I don't get ads on my phone.
Oh, on your phone? I've never tried installing an ad blocker on my phone, so.
No, I think for YouTube specifically, I don't get ads. I'm not sure about my Twitch. I think my Twitch is also free of ads. On my
Ooh.
computer, it's much. I think it's much more finicky. But I think I managed. I think recently I've also managed to like clean up my ads on computer. Because
Okay.
like I don't because like this last few months, right? Google have been trying to like crack down on like the ad blockers, right? For example, I think Origin block uBlock, I think no longer works properly and everything like that. But I don't know. For me, it still works fine, and like with some tweaking, I managed to make it work on Twitch.
Nice, nice.
I mean, absolutely not. Absolutely looking at ads right now on Twitch, guys. I don't know what I'm talking about earlier. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did check my thing too, and I see a little bit of, like, even though I've turned all the ads off on my side on Twitch, I still think they show up for like 15 seconds at the very start, which is a pain.
There's a pre-roll. There will be a pre-roll if you don't. The whole reason I'm running ads now like as like a mid-roll is so that I don't get the pre-roll. Because like the pre-roll, I think is the bane of like getting new viewership. At least according to the statistic, I don't know.
It is. No, definitely.
I don't
like,
have experience.
Well, I mean, even if you don't like see the statistics, I know from my own personal experience, I will hop off of a stream if I get an ad at the very beginning. So,
but yeah, for me, I'm not sure. I guess like I usually use Twitch or like YouTube as like a background noise, so I don't really care if there's ads. I just let them play, right? And then like maybe
I guess,
maybe it's also because I also have ad block, so most of the time it doesn't even have ads.
I think for me it's like I tried to do that before, but it's like there's just so many things I want to watch on like YouTube or something that I usually find it better to just put like a YouTube video up as like background noise. So that way I actually like get through like my watch list and everything, and then because like sometimes with streaming I want to see what's kind of going on, and it's not always the best background or second monitor stuff, but
I mean, I don't know. Do you do the same thing? Because I know you told me last time you don't really like watching YouTube or like Twitch or something, right?
No, I like watching YouTube. It's more I don't usually watch like streams though, is the thing. Like I usually watching more like the clips or like the highlights that people do of the streams. I think there's a couple of times where I have gone against that. Like I did watch, like for instance, when Ludwig and Connor were doing their like League week and everything. I was watching them trying to go through League, and I think he also had like they were also doing something where they were trying to win, I think 10 PvP games in a row, like 10 different PvP games in a row. So they were doing things like
I think I saw like a video about that. I don't know if I watched it though.
Yeah, so that was cool to see them try to, win a game of League, win a game of Fortnite, win a game of or some of the other ones like Halo and stuff. And they had to do that all in a row, and that was very cool to see. It took them several days to get that. Yeah, several days to get it done. I think it was like over 100 hours or something.
That is, see, I sometimes.
Although I say that, and even then, when I watched, it was more when I watched that, it was the VOD that I saw, because like Ludwig would stream on YouTube and everything, and so it's like I would watch the VOD afterwards. So even then, it wasn't like I wasn't watching it live,
Maybe you two could try. R says that. R said we should try the God Gamer Challenge.
Oh God,
10 games in a row.
No. I mean, I wouldn't mind playing like some Fall Guys or something with you, but trying to win some of those games in a row. I haven't even played
like
Fortnite
a Valorant,
all, so.
an Apex, and then like a Rainbow Six.
Not
you gotta
Apex
get all of those like
Apex
hard
would
games.
be a nightmare. Ooh.
Yeah.
I think the big thing is trying to figure out what even 10 games you would want to play.
Yeah, we'll think about it and we'll see. I'm not gonna never say never, but also I'm not gonna promise anything.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't want to have to carry you through some of those games just to.
Oh wow! He's making a bold statement here. Well,
I see it probably
that,
you carry
Mr.
me through
Carey.
some of that, but yeah.
I mean, hey, I don't know. It depends on the game we pick, right? We don't have to pick a game that I'm good at. We can pick a game that you're good at, and then you can carry me.
It should be like 50-50, right? It's like you have some games that you're good at and that can carry, and then some games I'm good at that we can carry, and then.
That's fair.
But
yeah,
that is not something I want to do anytime soon.
That's fair. But like Maple asks, it does ad works based on your location? Yes.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know if Sequel knows about it, but like each region has like different ad programs. For example, I know there's some countries out there that if you use VPN on, there will be no ads at all, even without ad blocks, because that country doesn't have an ad program.
It is
That's
also to a certain extent based off of your own like cookies and information that they have on you.
Yeah,
too,
obviously
so.
there's also some personalization taking place, but I think like there's some streamer that like if you stream from this country specifically, you get zero ad revenue because the
Oh yeah, yeah,
like
because they can't.
Twitch cannot show any ads at all like there. So yeah, it depends.
It's also based on Twitch is also weird too because I don't think advertisers aren't always super willing to, to advertise on Twitch either. So they have a much limited supply compared to something like YouTube or something as well. So
yeah, so in a way, if anyone here moves to America, like kind of like me, you're gonna get bombarded with ads because god damn it, the companies on these region, bro.
Well, that was
Like,
always the interesting thing when it came to because like when it comes to like Western or like American TV and like especially the cartoons versus like anime or something where it's like anime only has like the one break in the middle, but like Western cartoons always had like 2 breaks in between stuff, and they always had much shorter like starting and openings and stuff too because of the ads. So it'd always be cool. Like whenever it came over to like Toonami and stuff, they would have to like shorten the opening and endings, like songs and stuff, to be able to fit in all the extra ads that had to be in there.
That's crazy, because like I thought like when I was living in my country and I had a cable TV, right? I thought like the international shows that we watch has less ads than like the show I have in my local like channels.
Oh, interesting.
And then I moved here and then like the same amount. we still have just as much. Like I'm watching like I think the TV show I used to watch is like I think Bones. I don't know if you ever watched.
Oh yes, yeah. I've seen some episodes of Bones. It's good.
I really like that. And then like I think I watched some CSI Miami.
Okay, I haven't seen too much of that. Like I used to.
I haven't seen it too much either. I just watch whatever like is live on the TV.
Right? I also really like some of those like murder shows and stuff. Or actually, the one I really like is like I Almost Got Away with It. Whereas like they're talking about people that almost got away with a crime, or there was some guy that almost got away from like getting out of jail and or sneaking out of jail, and like where he went wrong and stuff. It's like, okay, good. Now I'm prepared just in case,
just in case you need to do the same thing. Nah, but I don't really watch a lot of like that. There's a lot of like that sounds to me that sounds closer to like a documentary, right? But
yeah.
I think a lot of the shows I watched back then was like more like a crime, like drama crime and like TV shows. Like
did you watch any sitcoms or anything? Like House was good. House is a good show.
I always loved House, but like they played so late into the night, I couldn't like catch up because like my parents would always tell me to go to sleep. Such a shame because I really like the guy. Like I really like the main character of House. But I don't watch a lot of sitcoms like How I Met Your Mother and something like that. I don't really watch those.
Like I used to watch a lot of them. Like Everybody Loves Raymond, Friends.
See, the problem is that like those sitcoms requires you to be really good with English, right? Because you got to understand everything that they say in order to get the joke.
Oh, and maybe you weren't good with it at the time. Gotcha.
I can understand some English, but like if the whole show is about talking in English, then I wouldn't be able to keep up back then. So I couldn't enjoy it fully. Like there's some moments that I can, if I see like an effort about them.
So then, did you see you probably didn't see any of the Disney stuff, right? Like Zach and Cody or Drake and Josh or any of that. Actually, Drake and Josh might have been too early
Big Time Rush.
you.
I do watch Big Time Rush. Nickelodeon.
Big Time. That might have been actually after my time. I think I remember.
I heard about Zach and Cody, but like I don't really follow that. I think the one that I watch the most would be like Big Time Rush. Montana. I think.
That one was actually good. I did actually enjoy it. As a guy, I did enjoy Hannah Montana.
I don't really follow up, but I know Hannah Montana has like a movie that I watch. The movie, not the
Okay,
TV
okay.
series.
Oh, I remember as a kid seeing the Lizzie McGuire movie in theaters. But
Oh,
that
Lizzie
might be a
McGuire
TV.
is really good. I think my time is like Wizards of the Waverly Place, but I didn't really watch that either.
Which okay, I did see that too. That was actually really good.
And then iCarly. Oh, I don't know if you
Yes.
I don't know if you
Yeah,
remember that
iCarly
one.
was good too.
That was around my era. Actually, I don't even know because like I wonder if they're just rerunning those shows when I had the TV cable TV, or if it's actually the era of like those shows. So I cannot even
That's
say
the
for
Raven,
sure, right?
Yeah.
I think I heard about that. I remember, and that name sounds familiar.
And then
No, I don't watch.
back to the cartoons. Like Kim Possible was also like one I remember watching back in the day.
Oh, I don't watch it. I watch Totally Spies.
Totally Spies was good too.
It's really
Like that.
good. I surprisingly enjoyed it.
I thought it was
think
just so cool. All the stuff that they came up with in that, like their 2x4 technology and.
And then Danny Phantom. I definitely watched
Yes,
that.
Danny Phantom. Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends.
Oh yeah, that's really good too. And then like Very Odd Parents.
Yes, Chalk Zone.
Oh yeah, I love Chalk Zone too. I don't.
The
catch a
opening
lot
for
of
that
them,
theme
though.
song is so catchy.
Oh yeah, it's so banger. Ben 10. I definitely remember that opening.
Yes,
song.
Ben 10 was
Oh,
great.
The old Ben 10, not like the. I know there's like several iteration of it, but like the
The young
personally
and then
prefer
also the
old ones.
teenage years were good too. But then like after that, they went into a bunch of crazy stuff.
Yeah, I think it's like the old one, and then like the one where he wears like a green jacket, right? Like the
Yes.
what was it again? Is it the Alien Force? Is
Yeah, it's like
Alien Force?
Ultimate Force or something.
Yeah.
Oh, Martin Mystery. I think I saw a couple episodes of that.
Martin
What's-
Mystery. I've never watched that. See, the
Totally
thing is,
Spies. Oh, Totally Spies was a good one.
I watch some of Martin Mysteries looks like an actual anime instead of like Western.
It reminds me of
cartoons.
something that like because there was another show with like this robot and stuff on Toonami. Where it looks like the same. It looks like the main character here, but he was like way fatter. I
Wait,
forget what-
Martin Mystery is on Totally Spies. Wait, what?
I think that they probably had a crossover.
Is that like a
so like
collab? Maybe a crossover.
yeah,
Maybe,
because they used to do that all the time with stuff with like crossovers and everything, which is always really cool. I hate that they don't really do that much nowadays.
Powerpuff Girls. I like
Yes.
the one that is like that looks like an anime one. The one
Dexter's
where they
Lab.
like young. The one that Powerpuff Girls Z. That one is pretty
Oh,
interesting.
I never saw that. Oh, did you ever see Samurai Jack?
Some of them. I don't watch a lot of
that
them.
was-
I watch whatever like it is on the like airing on the TV, which happens like when it's airing during my free time. Otherwise, there's just no way for me to keep track all of them.
I would say Samurai Jack is still like a really good show. And what's so interesting with that show is how little they actually speak in that show. Like, and a lot of it is just told through the actions and just what's kind of going on around. And it's really good storytelling, like how they get through it. And I still highly recommend it. And they recently went back and finished the series as well. So
I thought,
has, like, a proper
Samurai
ending.
Jack was more about like being like a comedy, like anime. Not comedy cartoon. I mean,
no, I mean, there may have been
I
some
didn't expect
comedy,
it to
but it was
actually
more
have
action.
stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to have actually stories. Like at least based on like the advertisement I constantly see about it. Like it's always the funny part that they show up, like not the cool ones. So I was just like, oh, is this like one of those like funny cartoons?
Oh, I see. Maybe they're doing that because they didn't want to advertise violence to kids or something, you know?
Maybe. I used to watch a couple episodes of like American Dragon Jake Long. I think.
Yes. That was a good one too. There was another one with the monk. With the like he was like yellow or something. was it Shaolin Monk? Yeah, Shaolin. Okay. Or Shaolin Showdown might have been the yeah.
Shaolin Showdown.
Yeah, Shaolin Showdown. Yeah. That was a
I
good one
remember
too.
this. Yeah. What like the team are trying to get like coins and stuff like that usually.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
Did you ever see Total Drama Island too? That one was definitely much later.
Drama Island.
It's a show. It's a cartoon kind of based off of Survivor. If you've ever,
I actually never watched this one.
it was very good early on, and then they started doing a bunch of. There's like so many different seasons and variations of it later.
Wait, this is where this Scott girl came from. Oh, I keep seeing the meme about the girl like all the time, but I never knew which cartoon it came from. That's
that's a good show.
This seems like more of the art style of the more recent cartoons. I don't know why, but like cartoons these days, I feel like they're going downhill. Easiest example: Teen Titans and Teen Titans Go.
So it's funny that you say that. So have you actually watched Teen Titans Go, or? Because
as soon as I watch the art style, it turns me off already.
I'll say this: I think Teen Titans Go is actually a pretty decent series, and it is. You can tell that they create that show both for the kids and stuff, but it's actually, I feel like, more aimed at like the older audience, and like there's a lot more jokes that would go completely over kids' heads or don't make sense if you never even saw the original Teen Titans. Like, so like I feel like it's really well written, but it definitely has the appearance of something that looks like it should be a lot worse than it is. Like, so I understand why people get turned off by it, but if you actually give it a shot, I think you'll be surprised that it's much better than you think it is.
Maybe. Like I've been watching less and less stuff on like watching in general.
Yeah,
I've been like
I think I used to watch like TV used to be the thing that I would watch as a kid when doing stuff on the computer, because my TV would be right next to my computer and I didn't have a second monitor at the time.
I remember doing that too. I used to really like playing Warcraft. So what I would do is like I would have like my computer like at my room, right? And I would play Warcraft or like Counter-Strike 1.6, and then I would have my TV playing something like a cartoon.
Yeah, and it's like, but now it's like my TV...
like that's different in a way, because like my TV in my room doesn't have the cable TV, so I have to watch like whatever they air on my local channels.
Mine.
So if I want to actually watch cable TV, I have to go to my parents' room, which means I have to stop playing the game.
Right. It's like, for me, I do have the cable, but it's like the TV is very far from where my desk is at the moment, so it's like I would have to like turn it up to be kind of loud to even be able to hear it, and then I may not be able to even see really what's kind of going on over there. So it's like technically I could see it, but it's like it's so far away that I really wouldn't be doing it at the same time that I'm on my computer. And plus I have a second monitor now, so much prefer to have like YouTube or something else up.
Yeah. That's fair. That's really fair. But like I think they put some of the episodes on like YouTube and stuff, right? So which you can definitely.
That's a good point. I should try to see that
if you really want it.
And technically, since I do pay for cable, I believe I can access like a lot of this stuff. Like if I go.
Why do you pay for cable but not watching TV anyway? You'd be saving more of this money for gadgets.
It was like a bundle with the internet and everything else too. So it's like. It's one of those things where it's like it's technically cheaper than because it's like if I get out of the bundle, then they charge me more for the internet anyway. So it's I should probably take a look at it and see, but I'm too lazy to mess with it. So I'm.
Have you heard it, like the age verification for Genshin?
The age verification.
I'm wondering what kind of verification they're doing. I saw the.
Oh, is that because it's
like a couple hours ago?
Is that something because it was like some laws or something where it's like you have to in like EU where it's like you can't advertise or have those games for children or something?
Which I mean makes sense. If you're gonna make the game involve gambling, better not be for kids. That doesn't At the same, I really hope with something like that, like a laws like that. Like I'm not saying like I like the laws like that limits freedom like that, but I kind of hope that like
Well,
this would
it's
make them, because like I feel like because like the market is like they're aiming for such like a broad audience, like like do you remember how we talked last time about like things get watered down when you try to like appeal to
yeah,
everyone?
yeah. Hmm.
So I'm hoping with this limitation they would like, that means like they're turning down the like the scope of audience, right? So I'm hoping like it can
Well,
lead to
I
better
think
content.
the reason why they're doing this is for consumer protection, right? So it's like
Yeah, I know. I know the main reason is not for that, but I'm hoping with that means like now that like the audience, like the target audience gets limited in some ways, you gotta you can finally maybe do things that are like much more interesting for us people that are like much more
Oh wait, so
mature,
they
right?
just
Because like if you're trying to aim for like because like the reason they're being they're doing everything like mostly safe is for the appeal, right? So like they can stay like, oh, the game is like safe. Like it's the reason is like for the age rating and stuff like that, right? That's why like they have to keep some of the contents like toned down and everything like that. Hopefully, like with this kind of thing, they can just be like, oh, okay, you know what? Like it's not worth it. Let's try to aim for like people that are like more mature and like have more money.
we'll
Maybe.
see. Well, so long as they can make money, and you don't always have to be mature to make for people to have money to spend. So.
Well, that's you have to be of certain age to make money.
That doesn't mean you're mature though. Just because you're 18 or something doesn't mean.
No, I'm talking. I'm talking about a more like definite sense, not like emotionally mature. I'm talking about like, since games right now are aiming for like 12 years old, that means like we cannot put curse words, for example.
Are they aiming for 12-year-olds? Like
Yeah, that's why like every games like you see on like freaking Google, like on like Genshin and like WUA and everything else, it's like 12 plus or 13 plus, because that's what they're aiming for, right?
No, I don't think
And,
they're
like,
aiming
hopefully-
for that. Like I think they're aiming for a teen audience usually, and then
They're
well,
absolutely like.
I think that's just how the rating
I'm not
system
saying,
works.
yeah,
It's
I'm not saying they're necessarily aiming for that, but because that age is included, they cannot include certain stuff. It's what I'm saying. It's like there's no way you make an anime like DxD and then like you put a rating, oh, it's 12 plus.
Right, but I think you would be surprised at what you can get away with ratings nowadays. Like, because just because something is rated T for teen,
I mean, FIFA can get away with like being E for everyone. I know you can get away with a lot of things. That's why I hope like with the new laws that kind of like forces people to do verification, that means like maybe it'll make the company be like, hey, this is like too complicated. What if we just make content that is like more aiming on a more mature audience? I'm
just very concerned at how they're going to check that verification is the only thing.
Yeah, I'm also wondering what that's the case, because like I think the verification starts 2 weeks from now, like 20 May or something. I have to see like what kind of like verification they're doing. If they ask me
do I have to like
my
upload my driver's license
or
something? That I don't know if I'm okay with that.
I've spent money on Genshin. I don't know if I want to like give them also like my ID, like even if I had like some investment in the game. Also, why what kind of like what is the main reason like that causes this to happen?
It is because of the loot box stuff in Europe, so they're cracking down on selling that stuff to minors and everything.
No, but this only applies to America specifically, though.
No, EU.
So I feel like no, like the whole age verification thing. It's only for America.
It's
US.
Sure? Hang on.
Yeah. It's only US. Everyone else in the world doesn't have to do it. So I think this is not the EU stuff. It is more of like something that like America did in the past few months.
Then it might be something. I know Texas has been cracking down on some stuff, so maybe Texas and California and other. I'll have to take a look at why that is. Because I know the U.S. has been cracking down on.
Belgium being all anti-gambling. That's been a long time, and most companies don't care about it. Like some game companies doesn't even pay attention to it, right? Like I think like some games still ended like still straight up allowing like you to get like the
Well, because
loot boxes
they
and
were
stuff.
trying to pass it before. I don't think they ever actually like got it completely through. So let me see. Do they say why? Try to see if I can find an article that explains why.
It matters in those companies. No, from what I've known, like a lot of those games that have like gambling elements, they're still available in Belgium. Like some of them comply. Like for example, I think like Dota complies.
Wait, so there was a settlement between Genshin Impact, so between Hoyoverse and the U.S. Federal Trade Commission over loot box violations. Let's see.
Oh, is it last time? Because last time I think Hoyo first got hit like by like. I forgot something happened in America last year or something.
Yeah, so the U.S. trade found them liable for selling to children under 16
for selling
years
to children.
old.
I think like it's involves like the Google stuff and everything.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
They ended up getting hit by it like a couple millions or something.
Yeah, 20 million is what they're saying here.
So I'm assuming that's what caused this whole thing.
Yeah.
So what kind of verification they're doing? If it's just like,
let me see if it says.
Every time you play the game, you already have to like put in like, hey, I am 13 years old or older.
Yeah, and it says that even if you aren't like, if you're under like 16 or something, you can still play the game. You just can't buy anything out of the shop. I'm trying to see if they
Which is
mention...
really funny. Imagine playing Genshin Impact, but like you but you literally cannot swipe. Like you're straight up getting like an inferior experience. Like straight up, there's no way. Like I don't know how to explain it. The game is designed that way. The fact that you cannot spend money on it just means you're gonna get the strictly inferior experience.
Yeah, so they don't say how you'll verify your age, just that you'll have to do it. And looks like you have to do it by July 18th.
That's why we have to wait for like 2 weeks or so.
Yeah.
Not really. I haven't swiped for HSR or either gacha. See, that's the thing. You're still having an inferior experience compared to people that pay money. Right? Think about it. Every patch, there's a guaranteed amount of like pulls that you can have. You know, like for example, I think like Rua, like the 2.3 has like 11,000 or like 12,000 of like astrites. I've gotten all the characters I want. Well, what you want is subjective, right? What is objective is that there is a limit on like the currencies that you can get. I think that's an objective fact, right? Like the number of currencies that you can get per patch is fixed. I think it teaches you to save smart and play your cards right. That's just you looking at the...
Well, it's how people can tackle it, right? So it's like,
yeah, that's
I think
how
playing without
that's basically looking at it at the good perspective, at the positive point of view. But like I'm trying to be like objectively speaking, like playing free to play is playing a worse version of the game.
It's like you're always playing with a... You're always playing on challenge mode. So like for instance, it would be like if for Pokemon, like, if a Nuzlocke was the default version instead of a fun thing that you got to do because you wanted to challenge yourself.
Yeah, Nuzlocke is not an option. Or like you know, imagine if you're playing like Elden Ring, right? And there's 2 difficulty, and one of them, you know, you have to pay for it, and then everyone else, you know, everyone that plays for free gets the hard option, and then like, you know, for me, I get the option to pick the easy one if I want to. In that objective stance, every patch you can unlock 1 character or save. But you have to think about it. Every character needs a weapon. And then every patch there's new characters. So by the design of the game, you're not designed to be able to get everything for free. Because there's always going to be new things to buy. And like your currency will never be enough for all of them. Like by the numbers, right? You can still get lucky in 1 pull and get all of them. But that's like subjective, right? Objectively speaking, you cannot.
Yeah, either way,
It would
these games are designed to kind of, you know,
it would
they're
not no
supposed- they're
like
designed
Genshin
to
when
take
they
control of
release,
characters.
they do like what do you get 60 polls? That's not
No,
enough for one
yeah.
banner.
Yeah. No, I think the main thing though, in the reason why we're talking about this is just for the age verification and stuff, right? Where it's like, it's nice that they're adding it in, you know, to prevent this stuff. It'll be interesting to see once this is in play if that does affect, like how it'll affect their profit margins and everything. Because I'll be very curious to see.
Getting to everything just ruins it. C6GLN makes the games boring. You can make that argument. I mean, that's a subjective experience. Like, boring is a subjective experience.
Well,
what I know is subjective is that, like, if you're playing free to play, I don't think you can get C6GLN to begin with.
Well, okay, so C16 is, I think, going a little too far. But even getting just every new character that's
even
released
just
isn't-
getting every character in the game is already, like, impossible, if not nearly impossible. I mean, like, again, the game like uses a game like, you know, RNG as like the base of the game design, right? So you can always argue that, like, hey, I got my characters in one pull, so like therefore I could technically get everyone, like if I got everyone in one pull. But like the argument also goes like the fact that every patch gives you like 80 pulls, for example, means that like you're only guaranteed 1 5-star, and like there is at least 2 5-star that you need to get like on each patch for like a gacha game usually, because like a weapon or like a weapon and a character, and then if there's 2 new character in the patch, then you're just screwed. You're not getting like, one of them.
And it's like I feel like to me, gacha games have always sort of felt like TCGs in a sense. It's just really the whole like doing 10 pulls feels very much like opening a pack of cards, and so like I feel like they're very much designed to appeal to the collector in people, right? So it's like they want you to try to get everybody.
Yeah, I am one of those. I'm one of the people that really likes collecting everything, right? Which is why I prefer games like, you know, games that you pay upfront, like Elden Ring, where I can you know, play 400 hours, put my time on it, and get everything. Like, I like unlocking things through gameplay, which is not the kind of design that people would put on like a free-to-play games most of the time.
Unless they do very heavily into like cosmetics or something, but yeah.
Yeah, no, but like no, I'd say most of the time, because like you know, I always have Warframe as like a frame of reference where, like, you know, everything can be earned in the game, so technically you can put in the time
like
to get
Warframe, Path of Exile. There are good examples.
And I think the new game that is coming out, I think Restart. I don't know if you know that.
Yes, the new gacha game.
I heard
that
there's
one looks
no
really
50-50
cool.
on that game, so you're always guaranteed to get the character, which means it's just a matter of getting it early or not. Assuming they give us enough pull per patch, that means you can technically get every game, like get every character in the game. That sounds feasible, right? I think like if you don't have 50-50, I would have been fine, because that means like it's just a matter of being lucky enough to get them early, or like you get them eventually.
Right. Which I think is nice, because that's a PvP game too, right? So having the option for people to be able to compete in PvP would be very good.
That would be nice. I think PvP, if they make the PvP like somewhat light, like, you know, nothing too competitive, that would be fine. Because I feel like with these kind of games, if you make them too competitive, it wouldn't be fair, because some people can just spend like $1 million into the game, and like no one can beat them.
But that's why
like,
the people
like
play
Diablo
those
Immortal.
games.
Yeah, I know that's why people play, but like do you know about the news about Diablo Immortal? There's someone that spends so much money in the game. He literally cannot play PvP because there is no one that matches his
Yep. I remember seeing that. I thought that was hilarious, actually.
Yeah. But like
he spends so much money that he can't compete against anyone.
There is no one in his league. He's like literally the god of the game, because there's no one else. No one can fight him.
But Ethereal Restart is looking really good. Like,
yeah,
I'm actually excited for that one too.
Just hearing that kind of like piques my interest. I'm like, oh, that means like I don't have to worry too much about like having a dumb luck. It's just a matter of getting him early or not.
And like I said, I think Enfield has a similar thing too. I think it might be a little bit higher on it, but you're still guaranteed the character and everything.
Enfield, I think Enfield, the way they do it is that like you applies for the first character, I think.
On the banner, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, on the banner. So like
which is the same
character
thing
is
here
fixed.
for.
But I think the problem with Enfield is the pity does not carry on, which means I wouldn't roll if I don't have 120.
Well, you don't know if that's the case for Ethereal Restart either, right?
That's true. So we'll have to see.
Hmm.
But I haven't heard anything that says it wouldn't do that. But like Enfield, I think is confirmed to not roll, right?
Yeah. Enfield's or at least it was in the betas.
In the beta, they confirmed that people confirmed that it doesn't roll on, which means like if I'm pulling on Enfield,
right? But it's the beta, so they could change it. But I think the thing to me is like maybe that's where our gacha experiences differ because I started much earlier. So to me, that's not the default for stuff to be carried over per banner.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'm not expecting that to ever be a feature, but
I'm expecting that because now that someone else already done it, everyone should have just done it.
I don't know.
Right?
I still don't feel like
if there is something if there is something better out there already, why not? Why should everyone why change something that is good?
Is it good though?
It's better to have them carry on, right? I'm not talking about the other aspect of the thing. It's just the pity carrying on. I think it's a good thing, right?
I don't know. So long as it remembers your pity when they do a rerun banner or something, or
no, but it does not carry on. That means it doesn't remember it.
No, well, it could, right? So like, let's say it remembers when you go and like, if it does a rerun banner and you spent 50 and then.
Everyone's saying about the Fate collab on HSR, where like, oh, the we trying to be like faithful to the source material, so we're gonna do like a 330 pity for Saber.
Oh,
no one gets sorrow.
That would be funny.
I would love them to actually do that. They should, you know what? They should have like announced the whole thing on 1st April, so people would be doubting it even more. Be like, what if this is real? What if they're actually doing it? But are you really thinking like think about it? Is having the pity carrying over worse than having it not carry over? Just the pity. We're talking about.
I think it's just more of a mindset to me because it's like, why are you pulling on something you can't get? This is the.
Well, the whole point of the whole reason they designed it that way is people gamble, right? So why not make it safer for people to gamble?
Well, no.
Like
I mean, you're not really making it safer. You're triggering their addictions faster to let them pull on every single thing without having to think things through and understand what's.
Yeah, you can argue that, but you can also argue that like, hey, I only have 10 pulls. Maybe I'll get it in 10 pulls, and then maybe I don't have to like play the dailies.
But see, then you're feeding bad habits. You don't want to train your players on bad habits is the thing.
They want to. That's the whole point, right?
That's what I'm saying, but that's not a good thing. So that's why I don't think that that's a good system to have. Where
I think it's a good thing. See, it's a good system, and that's why it trains people. That's why it trains people into having a bad habit because it's a good system.
No, it's not because like the whole.
Like how. Like think about it. It's the same as like if a country is peaceful for too long, the people grew weak. That's a bad thing. Growing weak is a bad thing. But the reason people grew weak is because the country is is peaceful, right? So people are not used to war.
That
it's a similar concept for me.
No, that is a very different concept, I think.
I think it's the same concept. Like the reason people ended up losing self-control is because you make it so they don't lose anything, right? There is less risk involved because the pity carries on, so it doesn't matter when you do the roll.
Right. But it's like I feel like that's such a bad thing because especially the whole thing of like.
It's a bad thing like if
building
you're
pity for the next banner. Like that's so stupid when people do stuff like that.
See, it's a bad thing if you take the perspective of like what effect it has on the people.
Yes.
But like
And
in
it's-
terms of like the whole economy in general, it's the same as the war thing earlier. Like, you know, if you want to keep the citizen of your country strong, you should just keep going to war every time, kind of like
no. I think this is a bad analogy there. Like, I don't think it's quite the same thing. Like, but
I
like
don't know.
for this, let's see. Like let's have an example of like for game logic, maybe like
Okay.
if you were to, if there was a button like every time you logged into a game, and if you click the button, it then just instantly like deleted your character or like logged you out or something. Like, it's like that would be a bad. Maybe okay. This isn't a good. I'm not
Well,
good
that would
at
be
coming
a
up with
bad
this.
because the effect is bad, right? I think I think what I was trying to go with my analogy is that like because like it's a comfort feature, and the comfort makes people weaker. Because your complaint, your perspective is that like, because if you make it more comfortable for the people, they're gonna have less self-control, right?
It's not so much comfort. It's like, because I don't think comfort's the right thing. I think it's more like you're building gambling habits, right? It's like when you go to a casino, there's reasons why there's no windows in a casino. There's no clocks around. They use chips instead of money for stuff. Like all of these things are designed for them to make more money and to get you to spend more time there. And to some people that might be enjoyable, but it's not a good thing to have, you know? And so like, I feel like that's the thing where
I think my argument is the other way. Is that it's a good thing to have, but the effect on people is bad.
No, but how can you say it's a good thing to have if the effect is bad? Like, shouldn't it only be a good thing to have if the effect is good?
Well, because it's a good thing to have. It's because the effect real like the bad thing only happens to people that have no like that already have bad self-control, right?
Right. So you're preying on the weak is the case there.
Yeah. So like it like do you let's see. I don't know if this will work, but do you know the super soldier serum on like Captain America?
Mm-hmm.
It amplifies the good and the bad. So if you started off being good, it just makes you, it just enhance your experience. And if you're bad to begin with, it's just gonna make your problem worse. Is that a good analogy? I don't know if it'll work.
I mean,
so like if you already have self-control to begin with, this feature like you can argue this feature builds bad habit, but if you already have good self-control to begin with, it's not going to affect you. You just have better, you just have more chance to explore your options now, because now instead of like saving all the time, sometimes you want to use what you save, right? It's like saving money all the time is not good if you never spend it. Like the whole reason you're saving money is so you can spend it one day, right?
right. I feel like that's, how should I put it? I think it's different when it's a company that's trying to train their audience to behave in a certain way, right? Because like at that point, it's like when you put it into a game like that, I feel like you're conditioning people to work a certain way that's negative against them. And it's like, and people aren't always going to be able to.
I wouldn't say training. If anything, what you're saying to like not have the pity carries on. It trains people. I mean, it trains people to do good things, to save up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's what you're doing there. That's actual training. Now you support it because it's training good habit in people. So the outcome happens to be positive. But like when you remove the pity system, you're training people to be. It's to be like you're training people to be better at saving up, kind of like what like R said earlier. By not putting the pity. But like if you put the pity, you give the people the options to like, I want to spend it now. Well, and if maybe I'm lucky.
Well, it's not that we're removing the pity. It's that it's just not carrying over, right? So it's like you're.
Since the if see it, the investment is not wasted because like when you put like it's so hard. Let me see if I can like say it in a better way. Is removing pity good or bad?
No, okay. So keeping pity is the good thing. I think the part that we're talking about here is whether pity
It's them
should transfer
carrying over.
Yeah,
per banner. So like for example, if you pull for Zani now, and then like the next,
and
next banner is
let's say you
Sharkana.
don't. Let's say you saved and you did 60 pulls on Zani and you didn't get her, and then on the next banner you would get. You would
so
get
like
the next character at
so
20
why
or something.
like if you're gonna make it that way, right? If we're talking about not if we're talking if we want to be a good game that doesn't exploit the consumer, why even put the gambling in the first place? Just put a fucking fry stack on the character.
I mean, yeah, honest. I have no complaints about that in all honesty.
Like think about it, right? Like the whole system in like we're talking about like a system that is already flawed to begin with, right? Because you have to gamble to get them. It's just a matter of like whether you lose your like whatever points you have.
I don't think it's flawed. I think it's more because like when I take a look at it, because this reminds me a lot of like TCGs, right? And with TCGs, they have
that manipulates.
And TCGs have very much the same thing, where it's like you're opening up packs, you're getting random rewards, and that's all good. But the thing is, like, eventually you can just go to your card store and buy the singles that you want to finish out a collection or do stuff like that. But when it comes to the gacha games, you don't have that ability to just buy whatever it is that you want, right? So that's where.
Yeah. So why make it worse by removing the pity every time it resets?
Well, you're not removing it. You're just.
It's gone. It's removed, right? Whatever pity you build up on this banner, if I'm pulling for Zani and I have 60 pulls, right? I don't know if I'm gonna reach the 90 pulls, but I really want Zani. If my pity does not care, if my pity does not carry on, I would not try because I like if the pity is like at 90, then I'm not guaranteed Zani.
So what if instead of it being like the pity just being some random magical number that's stored on the back end? What if it was like a currency that you got? So every time you pulled, you got X currency.
Like Nikkei?
I haven't played Nikkei.
Nikkei does it. If you pull like Nikkei is like you can buy the character for 200 currency, which is like I think 200 pulls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So every 200, like every time you do 10 pull, you get 10 currencies, and then if you do it 20 times, you can buy the character immediately.
And then can you spend that currency on anything else, or is it only?
You can save up for the next character. Yeah, that's the pity being saved up, basically.
But
because,
no, I mean,
because the currency does not
anything else.
The currency does not expire, so you can buy you can buy the next banner's character. No, you can only buy the characters.
Okay, so it's not quite the same system I was thinking about, where it's like, so like say if you have so what I'm thinking of for anyone listening is like with wizardry or even like Grand Blue Fantasy, where you have a currency, and then it's after the banner ends, you can then spend it on something kind of related to that banner or something. So, or you could use it to buy the character itself, right? If you did X number of pulls. So
after the banner ends,
or during it, like it depends. Like
no.
However you want to spend it.
When the banner ends, you can still use the currency to buy the characters.
Of that banner,
would be way
yes.
too friendly. That would be too.
But it doesn't carry over, right? So it's like the currency on this banner.
So
is not
every
the same
banner
thing.
has like their own currency.
Depending on how you implement it, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That sounds like Tower of Fantasy.
Oh,
where, like every time you buy, you get like all this like currency specifically for that banner. Except for Tower of Fantasy, at the end of the banner, it converts into like the default currency of it.
Yep, yeah.
So for example, you get red coins, right? This red coin is specifically for example, the biker girl banner. And if the biker girl banner ends, that her coin turns into a normal red coins.
Yep. And then what can you spend those normal red coins on?
I think there's like some weapons that you can buy, but like the limited weapon is gone. You cannot buy it outside of the banner, but you can buy some like other 5-star weapon with like the
Right.
coins.
But you could still spend it on something else and stuff, and it's like,
Well, I personally think Nikkei is better. Cause like the problem is that like in Tower Fantasy there's 2 different coins, right? The character specific coins, you can use it to buy the character specific, like that character on the banner during the banner's duration. But once it turns into the default, like the default red coins, like the default coins, you can only buy it on like that store that they reserve for you, and it's mostly like standard characters or standard weapons, which is ass. Like I would rather be like something like Nikkei, where like you can save up the tickets. Like there's only one ticket, like a golden ticket, and then like you can save it for whenever, you can save it like right now. You can save 1,000 tickets, and then next year there's a character you want, you can buy them 7 times. That's what Nikkei does. That is way better, I think. It's just the pity. The Nikkei's pity is pretty high because like it's 200, right?
Yeah, I guess.
But that's also a form of pity being saved up. It's just you're saving it up in the form of like the tickets.
I don't know, I think there's something I'll have to think about a lot more, because it's like, I feel like it's a bad practice with how it's currently implemented in, especially like the games like Hoyoverse and stuff. But
I think Wolf here is saying a good example. I think it's good. I mean, like you don't worry about like losing your wishes. Imagine trying to get a 4-star character and you don't get them, and you wouldn't even try to get it, right? If your pity does not carry. No, like what do you mean? Let's say for example, like the banner has like a 5-star character that you want, and also a new 4-star character, right? And you probably like, assuming you're a collector like me, you want both of them. Would you try to pull if there's a possibility that I will not be able to get a 5-star?
Just for the 4-star,
I don't have enough
or
for both. If I want to get both, right? So the 4 stars like are technically quote unquote easier because you get them every 10 pulls. You get a 4-star every 10 pulls, right?
Would I pull? Probably. Again, depending on system. If the thing didn't carry over, no, I definitely would not. I would wait until, because I'm assuming that the 4-star.
But then that means you're skipping the whole banner, because like if it's not guaranteed, and it does not carry on. I think that's what Maple said, right? Like your argument is that like you want it that way because like you don't want people to like, you want people to think more when they spend the currencies.
And like to me
and like at that point, like if I have to wait until I'm guaranteed a character to get them, why not just sell the characters to begin with? Just don't make a gacha games.
No, because that could be kind of fun. You could get it beforehand, right? And you can do other stuff like.
But I still have to save the same amount of currencies.
I mean, you could risk and see.
I am not pulling for anything unless I have enough currencies. So why make it a gacha games? It's like, imagine like, hey, we have we're like I think this is maybe this is a good example, right? I'm selling a trading card, right? $10 per pack.
Okay.
Oh, that sounds so cheap. Yeah, but you can only buy 10 packs
expensive.
at a time. No. Easy number as an $1 per pack.
Sure. Okay.
But you can only buy $10 you can only buy 10 packs at a time. I don't sell it one by one. That's what you're trying to say. That's what you're trying to do. So why sell it for $1 to begin with? Just sell it for $10 for 10 packs. Why you put a price on per packs if you only sell 10 at a time?
Well, because you may not want to buy all 10 at once.
I'm not gonna let you do it. Because like that's the whole the
well, they're
pity
not
does
preventing
not
you from doing it. You can still pull if you want, like.
But most people wouldn't.
Oh, that would depend on the drop. That would depend on the drop rate, right? Like because some rates are better. Like for instance, like wizardry, like has a much higher pity than what you would see in like Genshin, or not pity, drop rate than what you would see in like Genshin Impact and stuff. And you're very
Well,
in
but
fact,
but you're also supporting the Nikkei one that I told you earlier, where you get the currency that you can spend anytime later on. That's a pity being saved up. You're also you said you don't like pity being saved up, but I support it. But I support those like converting those pity into currencies, which is technically a pity being saved up.
No. So I wasn't saying that for Witcher. What I was saying, like for Witchertree, is like you can very easily get the characters before you reach the like max pity that you need, right? So I feel like if your rates are better, then even if you do have that guarantee, people could still spend on it and have a chance at it. And it's all the risk versus reward, right? So I don't know. I feel like it's an interesting conversation. I'll have to think about it some more.
The pity not carrying on, I think for me, it's a way bigger risk. And that's exactly why you're supporting it, because it's a bigger risk means people would have to think about it more. Right? Does that make sense?
In some ways. I think also part of it is just like, that's just how I was used to gacha games as well before. So there is a bit of an old like,
yeah, there's a bit of like
old,
you know, there's a system that you're familiar with, but like that's also why I was like pointing it out earlier. Is having a pity carried on, not a whole like as a system as a whole, a better way to do it.
I still don't know if I can agree with that, but let me think on that, and maybe we can bring that up again during our next talk to see.
You guys heard it first. You have to come back next stream so you guys can get to listen to his opinion. You know, you guys are like the witness here. He's gonna think about it.
I think part of the system too that's just really weird is the fact that Hoyoverse, like in how Hoyoverse like games even do their pity to begin with. Like or not pity, but do their.
I'm not saying
banners,
the way Genshin does it is good. Like like I said, I personally like the way Nikkei does it more, where like you get certain currencies that you can use to buy the character immediately.
So that's not even the part I'm talking. I mean more like the fact that characters disappear after their banner. Like that is so weird, and I think really bad. Like I honestly, after a character's banner ends, they should be put onto the standard banner. And you know, like so that way when you are pulling for stuff,
I think that's the reason why there is no pity carrying on when you do the old, like when in your
exactly
old
right
game.
Because it's like, for instance, like in Grand Blue, it's like if a character doesn't show up, doesn't matter because they'll be on the standard banner or on one of the banners that they repeat every single month. So it's like it's not hard for you to save up to that time.
That wouldn't work. That only works when the game has a lot of characters.
I feel like that's
financial wise, it's not smart to do it when you only have 20-30 characters.
I still think it works. Like so long as you're still releasing new characters, I don't think the amount really matters all that much, because it's like, how often are you going to be getting?
Think about it. Like think about it. Like recently, Wuwa did a rerun for Shorekeeper. They're making more money than ever. Like from Shorekeeper, like more people buy Shorekeeper on this rerun over the old the release banner. Like think about it, if like Shorekeeper is on standard banner.
If it's on the standard banner, and let's say like you go and you pull for Zani, right? But you lose your 50-50, and then you can end up getting a character like Shorekeeper. Doesn't that feel like so much better than like getting but
that means I might never spend money on it.
Well, you might still
think
pull
about
it, right? Because
think
it would
about
be
it.
the guarantee.
Think about it. You also get more standard pulls to begin with on Wuwa, at least, right? Like for example, I have like 100 something standard pulls. That means like there's gonna be there's gonna be less chance on me spending more money on the game because I can max out my Shorekeeper without ever spending real money.
At least for that scenario, yes. But I feel like when you make your players happy, they are more likely to spend money on the game in general, and you'll find them spending money more throughout. They may not spend huge amounts of money on like a single thing like a banner, but they're more likely to spend. Like you're more likely to get a bigger net. And
it applies to you and me, people that likes to be pleased, right? People that like I said, I think I've mentioned this on my stream a lot of time. I think I mentioned this to you too. Like the more I win on my polls, the more I spend usually.
well, that's a different thing.
That's
So,
literally the
more
definition of like, if you make me happy, I'll spend more money on the game.
Right, but I'm talking more not so much in necessarily like you got lucky in your polls. I mean more like, wow, I feel like these developers, they've listened to me. I feel like they deserve the money that they get. And while you may say that that's a limited mindset, I think it applies way more than you would think. Because there are a lot of people
it applies less than you think. Because there's a reason like why like, see, like games like Genshin and like Wuthering Waves, like gacha games, they're always depending on like these. You know how like in the new, like how like there's like that Honkai Star Rail player that like buys 200 copies of Facia or something.
No, I did not hear about that.
There is something like that,
is,
and those kind of people spends more money than like you, me, and like maybe. Like
but those kind of people are going to spend no matter what. Like,
no, those kind of people would not spend the money if it's more player friendly, because the reason they spend the money is like to flex. If you make it easier for everyone,
200 copies of a character when he only needed what, 6? Like,
yeah, and he recorded it and he shared the photo. Why do you think he does that? Because it's to flex. And if you make it easier for everyone to get the characters, they would not do it, because that means like
I guarantee you that guy would still spend that exact same amount of money in that scenario.
I guarantee he wouldn't spend as much.
I feel like he would. Like a character, a person that's already that far gone, they're gonna spend that much money no matter what. So,
see, but if the system is more friendly to begin with, they would never get to that point.
Then why not? Like,
because like, see, like people like this, right? Like when you started off, right? You dream, you showed to everyone that like these characters are rare, so that like some people ended up getting the spotlight when they're like either super lucky or super rich. And like if early on during the life of the game itself, let's say like let's use like Honkai Star as an example, like early on when Blade comes out, for example, everyone else, like if you're talking the normal game, right, maybe you get a copy, maybe 2 if you're lucky, right? E1, for example. Let's say we make the game more friendly, and then everyone starts off getting like E2 and E3. Like having an E6 on that kind of environment. Do you think they would get that though?
Like just because you made it more friendly doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to instantly get like E2 and E3. Like I think they would maybe end up getting more unique characters, and maybe they could get an E2 or E3.
Yeah,
but it's just for like one character.
Like the implementation can be like the effect can be different. Like maybe more people gonna spend, like more people ended up like completing their collection, for example, like they have all the characters instead of like focusing on certain characters. But like the whole point, like the whole selling point of like these kind of games is the scarcity, right?
Is it? Well, and again, that's where I have to go back to like older gacha games, especially like Grand Blue, where it's like, it's not the scarcity that's the thing. It's like you'll eventually get all these characters by, playing the game. And in fact, every couple of months they even do a pick ticket that you can just spend like $30 to just get a character.
Yeah, maybe because they do that, there is no one in FGO that like spends money on like 100 copy of the same characters, because like GBF, it's so easy to get them. Like Grand Blue Fangas, yeah, GBF.
But like maybe why would you? But why would you want? Like I understand from
like what kind of company do if you're the company, would you not want having players that like are that dedicated to your game? If you make a book, would you not be happy? Would you not be happy to see someone that is like love your work so much they bought 100 of your books? You're gonna call them crazy, but you're still gonna love them.
that's just not fun because I would honestly tell that person to to not do that and actually not waste
You
their money
gotta
on
say
that.
that, but then you're
it's-
also happy with the fact that you get a lot of money.
But like from a
you're
business standpoint, it would be the thing of like financial would absolutely love that, but I think your public image and the whoever handles your like socials and your media presence and stuff would absolutely hate that. Like your PR department, that's the term I was looking for, would
Why
hate
they
that. What?
Why would
Because
they
then
hate
it looks
that?
like you've got crazy people playing your game, or you've got like you're taking your game so predatory it's taking advantage of people that are willing to do stuff like that. So I don't know.
I don't think that's like that kind of thing is ever like a bad like publicity. in
Oh,
general.
it totally is to the normies. Like if you're trying to be as wide as possible with your audience, and then you have stuff like that, it's definitely going to scare people away.
On
but-
a game, I don't think so.
Oh, it definitely will. I can guarantee that for your normal average person, it would scare them away and be like, you see, this is why you don't play these phone games or these gacha games. But
I don't see them being the target audience to begin with. Then,
I mean, you never know, right?
because like that, because like the way you say it is literally the way like most like parents in their 40s would sounds like, which is like definitely not the target audience.
Yeah, but I feel like you would still want to get those people at some point, right? Just because, like, how do I put it? Just because they don't necessarily play video games all the time, that doesn't mean that you don't want them in your ecosystem or you don't want them to play.
Oh yeah,
at some
no,
point.
I'm not gonna say I reject them, but like I
Mhm.
don't think they're gonna be targeting them.
Right. Well, they definitely won't be after that, right? So that's what I'm saying is like when you, yeah. So it's
I mean, you can say that, but like also think about it. Assuming they want those people in, what are like? This is gonna be like super like nerdy detail, but like
Sure.
like they probably gonna do some math in the background and like see like how much of the like how much money, how much of a chance these people that we lose are gonna spend money on the game compared to this one guy that we know are guaranteed to spend like hundreds and thousands of dollars on our game
like
every patch.
Don't get me wrong.
Is it
I
worth
fully.
Is it worth losing those people?
So
And I think for the company, it's definitely like you would rather have a person that is guaranteed to give you 10 grand every time, right?
So like, don't get me wrong. I understand the whole 80-20 rule when it comes to things where it's like most of your income is coming from 20%, and then out of that 20%, 20%, let's say 20% spent money. Out of that 20%, out of that 20%, 20% spent $100, and then out of that 20%, 20% spent $1,000, and then out of that, you can keep going on forever.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like
So
I get
like
that, but
so like I'm assuming that like the people that you said that like the people that would say that's why we don't play these kind of games. So like those people are probably people that wouldn't even spend money to begin
right,
with.
they would start off in the 80% normally, but that's where it's like if you can get them engaged and you can show them
And
a
maybe
good
you
experience,
can bring them to the
then
20%.
maybe you can convert them over. But if you never get there and and I feel like when you rely too much on that 20th, the everlasting 20%.
I don't think it's a good thing either. I don't think
yeah.
it's a good thing to rely fully, but I as a company, I can see them not throwing those people away.
Oh, I mean, I see that too because they want to make a company wants to make money no matter what. That's
Yeah,
I
it's
think
money at the end of the day, and like you would rather have someone that's guaranteed to give you money every single month. Like
right,
if they have
but
to
then
choose,
when you start
like, which is like they don't have to choose, right? They're gonna do both. They're gonna try to do both. That's what businesses
right,
do.
and it's just like, and I guess the concern I have is like when you start focusing on those types of people, or like you're very much concerned about those people always giving you money. Then you just start designing the games in ways
I think
that-
there's a reason why they're like why like the 20% is more important than the 80%, right? It's because like if you make the game 2-player friendly and the 80% are super happy, then there's a chance the 20% hates it because now their money are not worth much.
Oh, like how should I put it?
That's a whole like my like my like why the reason why like I'm against what you said is because like if you make it too easy for everyone to get the characters, having an E6 is no longer like something to be, to be prideful about. Like
So
it removes the ego. So like why would people spend money on the E6 if it's way easier to get them now?
like I understand where you're coming from because everyone wants to show that they have a bigger dick than the other person, right? But
Yeah.
I feel like those people, if you want to have a bigger dick than somebody else, you're gonna find a way to have a bigger dick. Like even if it's not the E6, it'll be some other way, right?
Yeah, but like the other way might not give them more money. Like for example, like it's like the argument that like people that are like hardcore about like a certain games are gonna find a way to make the games harder for themselves. Like if people really like Elden Ring, they're gonna try to play Elden Ring naked or with level 1.
But here's the thing: that stuff could be advertisement, though, right? So let's say you have those people that are E6, and then they try to do stuff like, let's say, take on a really tough challenge or something, and then they post that to YouTube or some other stuff like other socials and everything, and that kicks off. Well, now you got free advertisement, and so now you can pull in more people that also want to spend to get up to that same point, and then so. But yeah, it's. I think we're definitely getting very off track here, but it is a.
It is off track, yeah, because we keep like I feel like we like.
Yeah, I feel like with you and me, it's always like I'm always going to fight for the consumer, and I know you're not against the consumer. You're definitely on this, but you see where
I'm on the side of the consumer. But like, if we agree on everything, that it doesn't turn into a conversation.
True.
Like
yes. Yeah, good.
See,
yep.
You guys are seeing like if you guys think of me as like being the villain here, it's deliberate.
I don't think
you're
you're
trying to have a conversation.
Yeah, you're trying to bring a different perspective into it. Is what it is like. Which is good.
So every time he brings up something, like if it's something that I can challenge, I will try to challenge it.
Yes.
And I'm open to him doing the same to me, so don't worry. Maybe we get to see Evil sequel one day.
Evil.
The corporate sequel.
I wonder what corporate I would end up backing is the.
Maybe healthcare.
Ooh. maybe we'll see.
Healthcare is such an awful thing in America. I'm gonna tell you guys that much.
It is terrible.
It's like I saw like a meme. I don't even know if it's a meme or not, but like this is another tangent, right? We're already going tangent.
No, go ahead.
But like I saw a story where like someone got into an accident and they had to call an ambulance, right? And the ambulance ride is like $2,500.
Yep, they charge you. Yep.
Wait, what? But I have insurance, and they were like, yeah, it's because you have insurance, it's $2,500. If you're out of insurance, it's $300.
Yep.
And like, what? And then they tried to cancel the insurance, but they're not allowed to. So they had to pay $2,500 for after having insurance. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, well, it's like the problem, especially in America, is that a lot of the prices for stuff is based on the fact that they're expecting you to have insurance, so they upscale everything, and then
yeah, and I'm like, what do you mean?
Because it's like I hear these stories of people going to like other countries and stuff, and then it's like, because what was it? I think it was like in Japan or something, where it's like Americans are so afraid to get into ambulances or even calling 911 or something, right, when something goes wrong, because it's like. They don't want to have to pay for all the extra stuff that they would normally over here, and then it's it's crazy. And I hope at some point we can get it fixed and stuff. But there are people that also there are people that fight against it too. So, well, it's not the corporation. I feel a lot of it is like
it's corporation. It's absolutely the corporation.
No, so let's take for instance, I had a person that. Was very much against maternity leave.
Wow.
Or even like paternity leave.
Do they explain the reason why?
Yeah.
Let's see if it's logical.
So there were two reasons why. One is they were a woman and they had to deal with that when they did it, and they did it just fine. But the second reason was also because they didn't want to have to pay extra, because they thought that they would have to pay extra on premiums and stuff, right? So like if I'm paying for somebody else's, maternity leave, then that means that my insurance would go up because the company is not making money off of, or the company has to make up for that, right? When in reality it's like that sort of makes sense, but then companies also
I can
have
see
a
where
bunch
they're
of extra
coming from.
money. Well, here's the thing, like for instance, I worked at a company where one of our consultants, he went to India he went back to India for like several months, right? And for that amount of time, we didn't have a developer on our team. And so what did we do? Well, we just picked up the extra work, we reorganized stuff, and we got through. And so the company did not have to pay for that contractor for the 2 to 3 months that he was out. But did they give us extra money for not having to pay him money? No. Did they reduce our insurance or anything else? Nope. Like, so that was just extra money that the company saves. And I feel like companies can find ways of saving it and making it to where that stuff can work.
Companies would not want to do that, bro. The whole point of the corporate is to make more money, not give you more money. They're trying to make more money for them, for the company.
Well, you can find
They will
ways
cut
right?
every corner that they can cut to increase the profit, not to increase the worker's wage.
But here's the thing: here's another story, right? So there was one year I went to Dave and Buster's with my company over December, and the reason why we went to Dave and Buster's is because there was some extra budget left over at the end of the year, and they didn't want it to go to waste, or because if they didn't spend the money, then they want to get this same money next year and stuff. And it's like, I feel like
typical, corporate.
So it's like, I feel like if people want to make it work, they can make it work.
That is more subjective experience. I think corporate as a whole, they, if they could squeeze you for extra 2 hours of work every day, they would.
Yeah, I mean,
if it's not illegal for you to work 10 hours a day, they would make it a 10-hour work a day.
Oh, some companies already do that stuff anyway, too.
Yeah, they would do everything in their power to like squeeze the word out of you. In general, we're talking about corporate here. We're not talking about mom and pops. Like
no, definitely. But it's like I feel
I think it's the same thing, right? Like I think healthcare in here is just bad in general. Is because the whole corporate thing, and well, part of being a big corporate is usually having investors, which is one of the reasons why it gets worse every time. Because like the whole reason CEO went bad is usually because he has someone else above him that he has an answer to.
And I think this brings back to what we were talking about before, right? Where it's like, the stock market and everything also very much favors short-term games, right? Rather than long-term stuff. So
yep. And at first I was really confused why they do that, because like I like when I was young, I was more taught as like investment is like for long term, right? So I was wondering like why is this investor why is all this investors are like so interested in short term gain? Is it not like, isn't it supposed to be a long term thing? And then I saw something, I read something somewhere, I forgot. It's maybe like in the Twitter or something. It's because like as an investor, whenever things go bad, they can just sell off the stock and run away.
Right, exactly. They play the
it's
market.
The liquidation.
And
It's the liquidation. It's like if you're a worker here, like you cannot just like run away when the CEO that has a lot of stocks in has a lot of shares, investor that has like a lot of shares, whenever they see the company goes down on like a trajectory, like going a downhill, they can just sell off and then like move on to the different one. But like
you just can't do it too soon, otherwise you get in trouble for investment. Was it insider trading? I think is the.
I'm sure they'll be fine with hundreds and thousands of dollars in their bank account. I'm sure they can handle like being a month off the computer or something, sitting on the beach.
Yeah, that's a sad thing,
right? But like the people that work in that company, what happens when an investor does that is like the companies goes even worse, because they, because if they see if an investor saw someone selling off all their stocks, they're gonna be like, oh shit, what the hell is happening? And then everyone is selling their stocks, and then the company goes even worse, and then the employee has to take the brunt, because like the CEO is gonna, the CEO can lose their job, but they're rich to begin with, bro. They're gonna be fine.
Well,
But
and
like
they
if
probably
you're
have
like
connections, right? So they can go to somewhere
yeah.
else after. So
Meanwhile, like all the employees just like, yeah, fuck you, we're closing down. Thank you so much for your effort. It's like the same thing as like when a game closed down, right? Like,
yep,
thank you so much
yeah.
for all your support. Goodbye. This is why I'm like a big proponent of like if a game like online games should have an offline version after they close down.
Oh yeah, I absolutely think that because I know there have been laws that people have been trying to push to like archive video games and everything, and I definitely
Yeah.
feel that once once you stop supporting a game in some way, like you make it unavailable for
You should
people
make it
to
open, like quote unquote open source.
either open source or give it to like an organization like a library or something that is able
Yeah, that
to
manages it.
You're right. Like
Or maybe let people do like like a private servers and stuff.
right, exactly. Like there should be some way to allow people to keep doing it, and it's like you shouldn't have legal recourse against them, right? You know what I mean? Like you can't like
But they
sue.
do. It's called copyright. Yeah.
But if you aren't
That's how
allowing
they're
people
using
to
it, at least.
yeah.
I know it's a good thing for us, but like they don't want that. They don't want you to play the old game. They want you to play the
new
Genshin
yeah.
Impact Star Rail 2. Or like I don't know, Honkai. I think what is the new one? The new one again?
Honkai Impact.
Honkai
Third?
Impact. No, Anima Nexus Anima, like the new one. The
Oh, is that the the Pokemon one?
that's the newest one, the Pokemon one. Yeah.
yeah. Which
Nexus
I
Anima, I
think they're
think.
totally doing that because of Azure Premilia, even though it's not like the same, like because Azure Premilia is more like Power World than Pokemon, but I feel like they're doing it to try to fight that,
To
right?
compete.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that too. Like one of the I like I've heard rumors of it like from a long time ago, but like the way they like announce it like right around now, it's like seems smells like competition instead of like
Yeah, because it reminds me back in the day when like WoW would always release their patches on like another MMO's like launch day, or like other like whenever their competition would have like a major update or something. Oh, well, it just so happened that that's when WoW's doing their update as well. How what a coincidence that just so happened to be the case.
I know, right? And that's
In fact, I
Companies,
think for a
man, like-
long time even, because WoW used to always have its patches on Tuesday, and I think it was interesting to see because video games would never release on Tuesday for a long period of time, and I think it was because of WoW, because they didn't want to compete with that.
Compete?
And so,
I don't blame them. WoW was so big back then.
yes, yeah. Well, it's kind of like from what I heard, like I think it was the same thing with actually even GTA 6, right? Where
GTA
a lot of
6.
games were not announcing when they were going to release this year because they didn't want to release at the
they're
same
gonna
time.
release around
Yes.
around the time GTA 6 comes out, and like bro, like that's like a dead wish.
Because
So
I feel like
perfectly
that's
understand that.
because that's what happened with what is that game? Horizon Dawn, right? Because both Horizon Dawn and Horizon Dawn like 2, like the sequel, both of those games released around another major game. Like, 'cause I believe Horizon Dawn, the
I
second
don't remember
one,
that. The one that I remember happened is like Titanfall. The reason the game failed is because they released it around the time Call of Duty and Battlefield comes out or something.
Oh, okay.
So and Titanfall is like on the same genre, right? It's an FPS like it's a shooting game. So like it got buried, like basically, even though the game is like really good.
Yeah, because
Like
I
people that
believe
plays it loves it, but yeah.
yeah, because I believe the second one
Marketing is-
released around the time that Tears of the Kingdom came out, right? So the latest Zelda game. So,
Oh yeah.
and then the
it's
first
like
one, I forget when it released or what its competition was. Was that Elden Ring or something that might have? I don't. I'll have to take a look and see. Yeah, but it was like they were just notorious for always releasing at a bad time. But yeah, it's interesting as to be on the sidelines and see that stuff happen, right? But yeah, I see Ooh, we're getting kind of close to the end here. So, are there anything that you kind
I'm
of?
surprised it's already 2.5 hours.
I know. Is there anything else that you kind of want to cover or talk about before we end up closing for tonight?
Like I know we discussed about a lot of like we were like, oh, we should be talking about this and that, and like.
Well, since we were talking about gacha games, I can talk about Infinity Nikki if you.
That's true. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, you were you were going to talk about that. Like, what is your impression on like 1.5? Actually, we have a lot of impression on a lot of games because like a lot of them has like new updates recently.
Mm-hmm.
Like Wuwa 2.3 and the 2.2 story. I know you played it like I think like a week or 2 weeks ago. Like the 2.2 story, right? And then there's Nikki have like the 1.5 update, and like I've heard some disappointing things on that one too. So I think we can start off with like Nikki because like you already started off earlier.
Sure. Yeah, so with Nikki, I think a lot of the stuff with it, people are maybe over exaggerating, but to kind of go over what people have complaints about when it comes to Nikki is that like, so one, I think before even 1.5, they had some wish list goals on Steam for Nikki and some rewards, like if you reach certain milestones. And I believe they ended up changing the rewards on the milestones for like 100,000 and like 500,000 or something like that. I don't remember the exact numbers because to be honest, I didn't even know we were getting these rewards. But essentially, they moved like the free 10 pull like back and extra reward stuff. So people were like upset. They were upset about that. Again, I didn't even know that we were getting these rewards. So
I remember seeing that I think on the Steam page.
So that didn't bug me. But then once 1.5 came out, there were several things that people kind of had complaints about. One, of course, the bugs, which Nikki has always kind of had its fair bit of bugs. So it was nothing too new. But I think the two major things though were, one, the outfits have an extra piece of
which means more pulls.
Right. So they have an extra piece on it, which means that the max pity now is like 220 to get the full thing. Which before they were always, I believe the limited banners were always like 10 pieces, and then the standard ones were like 9 pieces. So that would be like 180, 200, and then 220. So, and I know some people were also complaining because they were like, oh, this outfit has a long dress on it, but it has leggings, which you can never see in the dress. Like, is it actually worth it to be there and certain stuff? But
you need the whole set.
But like to me, it was always kind of like they sort of already did that with some of the other sets too. So it's like it was nothing that caught me personally off guard. But I could see
that one. I have less of a problem with. I think
it's more. I would be more. It's more of a thing where it's like I'm not upset, but you're on my watch list because if the next one after that is now like 12 and then 13, if they keep upping it, then I'm like, okay, now you're messing with stuff. But
so what if the argument that I'm gonna give you is like it's the same thing as caster is? It's a power creep thing where like if you let it happen one time, it's gonna be 12 next time.
Well, that's where it's like I'm saying like it's on a watch list, right? Where it's like you let them know that you're not okay with it. But it's not something that I would quit the game over, right? Because it's like...
no. I don't think you should fully quit. But like, I think the problem is that like all of these problems that you're listing, it's happening at the same time, right? You're dropping a whole new update that is supposed to like, I think it's supposed to promise a certain things. And then there are multitudes of problems happening at the same time. The update is buggy.
Right.
And the PD was worse.
Oh yeah, well
some of the sets are not even like visible. So like all of these problems happening at once kind of shows like this.
Oh yeah,
this sounds like
I'm not even getting to like the best part,
like
but
wrong leap.
Yeah, because to me, I think the worst thing that actually happened and the thing that I'm actually really upset with is they kind of retconned the whole entire story, like because
with the opening of the Sea of Stars,
right? Because like. What kind of ended up happening is like Nikki is now in some sort of multiversal thing here.
Yeah, I think when she was talking with like that girl, I forgot the name of the seer. right?
Mm.
Like when they were walking in like the universe and thing. Like
Right,
apparently
right, because
like there's like multiple universes, and
yeah,
like the
'cause-
world, like her world is gonna end the same way if she doesn't stop it.
right, because at least with the base game, Nikki always kind of had this thing of like the heart of infinity was always like super, like it was always super powerful and had the potential to be, stronger than Nikki could handle. But everything seemed to kind of be under control, and there was a little bit of like time travel-y stuff, but not really. But then, and with this update, they're like, oh yeah, Nikki completely failed. The whole world was destroyed. And now we're in a multiverse scenario where we've reversed time and we're trying to fix everything. And it's like, wait, what? And then they even went back and changed the intro to work completely different than what it originally was. And some characters that people really liked are now like, they're in the game, but they don't have like the beautiful cinematic with it. Like Nikki, like, did you see the original cinematic where like Nikki opens the closet and then she gets isekai?
Yeah.
Into, that whole thing is gone now.
What?
That doesn't exist anymore. And it's like,
What the fuck?
yeah, and that's the stuff that I'm upset at, because it's like the new story direction, it sort of makes sense if you played through it kind of from the beginning, but you're still retconning so much stuff and it just doesn't.
I
doesn't
get
feel
nothing out of like the whole story. When I did the Sea of Stars like intro, I was like, what the fuck happened? See, I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna do this anyway. I want to draw the comparison to like Wuthering Wave when they do 2.0. I think the way Wuthering Wave do the 2.0, like people,
but they did get
like
rid of the
2.0
1.0 when they did it, right?
Yeah, no, right. Like, yeah, I want. That's why I want to draw the comparison. A lot of people call 2.0 in Wuthering Wave as like a soft reboot, right? A whole new region, like that is like way better, like feels much better to explore, better songs, like everything is just quote unquote better, right? But when you play the game, they let you skip into the 2.0 area, but they give you a recap of like the actual, like, they retcon some stuff in the story. They kind of simplify some things in the story. So like, it starts off like really like much more complicated, and then like they try to like I think they try to make it like more like simplified in like the 2.0, but they also give you a recap, right? When they did it. I don't well, actually I don't know if you know, but like if you skip into the 2.0 region immediately, Arena Sita, like they give you a whole slideshow of like what is happening in like 1.0.
Oh really? Okay.
They give you a slideshow from 1.0 until 1.4 up to like the Black Shores.
Oh nice. Okay.
Yeah, so like this, I remember seeing like some of the slideshow with like the Yang scenes, like where like, oh, like Rover exploring with Yang, and then like they ended up like getting ambushed by like Scar, stuff like that. Where people can understand the story, but like Nikki is just straight up like, yeah, like the moment I opened the game, right, on 1.5.
It completely dropped you into a tutorial and everything.
Yeah, I like that's why I said like I missed some of the scenes because I thought like the whole thing was like a promotion for the skin.
Oh,
because like the character that comes in,
the
seer, the character that comes in, she comes in the new outfit, right? And your character is using one of the like there's two whole new outfit. Your Nikki is using one of the new outfit, and then the seer is using the other outfit, the dragon one, I think, the one with the horn and everything.
Right.
So I thought at first that this is like a freaking like a special promotion. I think like maybe like this is like a super premium skins or something. Which like if it is, maybe having an extra part wouldn't be too bad. Maybe like it has like more effects or something like that. You can argue that way, but like no, it's part of like a whole reboot. And like I ended up skipping some of the scenes and like I like wait why does like this whole thing does not end? Why does it keep going? I thought like this is like a promotion, and it's not.
Yep. Yeah, like how they handled it all was just not.
Yeah, it's
not
it's
great
so
at
bad.
all.
Like they. I feel like they fumbled in a lot of like aspects of the update, and that's why like people mad. Because like if it's only one of them that is like bad, then maybe people wouldn't be this pissed.
No, yeah, I agree, and it's like. Especially to me, just completely revamping the story is just a big no-no, but...
Oh, this is so funny. I'm reading a review right now. This game used to be good, but the Infold retcon the intro just to promote limited time outfit.
Well, I don't even think it's for the limited time outfit. I think it was for the new feature of multiplayer, which to me doesn't even make sense because like multiplayer.
But like I think it makes sense for people to take it this way because like they actually using the limited outfit on that scene, right? That's why I literally said to you, like, I get thought why it's like a promotion. Yeah. But man, this is so sad. And like you said, like you think that most people seems to be overreacting. I don't think it's overreacting. I think it's like a lot of problems happening at once, and like it kind of when a lot of things like when a lot of problems happens at the same time, you can kind of see the company's making a wrong, they're prioritizing a wrong thing. Obviously.
No, I guess what I meant with the overreacting was more like, how should I put it? Like they would only mention like one thing, right, and then say like, oh, the game's crap because of this one thing. It's like it's like you said, it's a combination of everything that's definitely got them to.
Because like when I logged in, I don't feel like playing.
Oh yeah.
Like I can tell you that much. When I logged in and I have this whole intro, I was considering on like closing the game immediately.
I was kind of annoyed too because when I first logged in, I just wanted to do my dailies.
That's the same thing as I do. I want to check out, the outfit and maybe buy it. And then like I got this whole intro that I thought was an ad, but it turns out to be like a whole new like prologue. And I'm like, now I miss half of the prologue. And now I'm getting dropped into like this new area that I have no idea of because like I didn't play the game before, and now there's just a bunch of things when I started the game, and I was like, oh shit, what the hell? This is like I was confused, basically. Because at first I thought it was an advert, and then I thought it was a new chapter of the story because I still don't get it. And then towards the end, when she started talking about like how Nikki, like when she started talking about the retcon thing, that's when I would be like, wait, is this like a new beginning of the story or something? Because like now I'm getting really confused, and I'm like, now I just want to close the game.
Yeah, it's like I think they definitely should have waited to unlock that stuff until you got further in the story, and really, there's so many things that they could have just done better. But I
feel like the whole retcon thing is a bad thing to begin with. They should have made it part of the main story. Instead of retconning it, they can just be like, maybe down the line she found like an old area that used to be like a portal to the Sea of Stars, and when she touched it, it brings her back. Like, then you play the whole scene, and it would would work out just fine. I feel like this is something that I come up like literally in 5 seconds, but like I feel like it would work way better than like whatever they're doing right now. Overreacting people attacking Google Classroom. I don't even know why that's a thing. Is that even a thing? Like when people like are like down for, like
it's what what happened with Genshin Impact when with their first anniversary rewards. So like people
why so Google Classroom?
It's the internet. Who knows?
Wait. I wonder if they do that so Google would pay attention.
Maybe I know there was some.
And Classroom is just the one thing that like is like least popular, so they just do it to like elite, the least popular Google app. But like if they do it that way, first of all, they're like there's like Google Classroom probably has less review than like all the other Google apps. And second of all, if Google pay attention to the reports, then like they would like hopefully investigate the game too. I wonder if that's like the reason they're doing it, or maybe they're just stupid. I don't know. I'm just overthinking.
Yeah, I think it's a combination. I think honestly they're really just kind of stupid for doing it, but it's people on the internet now do some crazy things. But yeah, so let's talk about then Wuthering Waves real quick then, before we go and wrap things up for today. So
you're tired already?
I am. I'm an old man.
Still young. The night is still young. Sequel, you can't do that. What if the Gomach happens tomorrow and then you die?
The what happens?
Gomach is like what happens in like Clear Obscure, where like everyone brings.
Oh, right. I'm like, I heard that word, but I was like, I could not remember what.
That's what Gomach means. Yeah. So when the monolith changed number, and then like and then you get turned into dust, that's Gomaj. So like
Yep,
what if
gotcha.
tomorrow what if tomorrow the monolith turns into 33 and then you die? You can't do that, Sequel. You gotta live your life.
I'm okay. But yeah, so anyway, with Wuthering Waves, like honestly, because I started playing again. I took a break off in, what are we on? Is it 2.4 or
2.2? 2.3 right now.
2.3? Okay,
But
so I took 2.2
but the story ends in
off.
2.2. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I took 2.2 off, and then I kind of came back in 2.3 because I was expecting there to be a bunch of new story for the anniversary, but no, they only had the 2.2 stuff. And then a bunch of random events and everything for...
Yeah. So anniversary apparently is confirmed to be 2 patch.
Oh, it's 2 patches. Okay.
It's a confirmed to be 2 patch. So like, is they just doing a bad thing? Like some people noticed that like they said it's 2 anniversary, but like it's such a mixed signal that like a lot of people miss that point. Like apparently the anniversary is gonna be 2 patch, and like it's gonna end like 2.4. That's why like some of the banners, like some of the event for anniversary ends in like 2 months.
Okay. Gotcha, because I also thought it was weird because some of the rewards were like, come back like in 2 weeks or something. I'm like, isn't this kind of a long
so like
time to...
there's a rewards now. There is a reward on Siakona banners, and then there's more events happening on 2.4, which like I think they should have done a better job in like. I know they put some secret messages in their stream for like they're celebrating 2 anniversary. Like there's like some words here and there, but apparently a lot of people are like blaming on the translation, like on the English show, like the English version of like the show.
Oh, because
like,
they just didn't do a good job.
because I think
Okay.
the translated version, like the one with the subtitle, English subtitle, they only have like 2 or 3 words like in the whole preview where they mention it's gonna be 2 anniversaries.
Gotcha.
So like a lot of people missed that, and the game, like considering what happened with Wuthering Wave, and also there's like again it's the same as Nikki. I think it's like a bunch of like problem happening at once, right? Like the whole like a lot of the events that they announcing in 2.3, like I think like a good like maybe 3 or 4 of them are like targeted at like new players. So like if you're a returning player, you like if you haven't played the game for the past 2 months, you get like an extra 10 free polls, for example. Like that's not the kind of updates people want to hear on an anniversary patch.
Right.
It's a good update. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying like if you're celebrating a birthday party, I'm not celebrating. I'm not inviting strangers. I'm trying to invite my families and my friends, people that that's been with me for a long time. And like I think that's why like a lot of people kind of like hate it. I think I said the same thing when I was watching the preview. I was like, like it's like overall it's a good thing what they're doing. Like they're doing a lot of good things, but like I think some of them are like too focused on like new players.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel fully like an anniversary because they do have like, because right now the only really anniversary feeling thing is like there's
the cubes.
Well, there's the events, right, with the cubes, which is very weird.
Which is like now it makes more sense, right? The reason they do that is because the anniversary is 2 patch.
Right.
But
so
since
with
they
that
did
in
such a
mind,
bad job
then my
communicating
opinion
that,
of it's different.
Yeah, if I had that context, if they did something subtle, maybe in the background, they can have like an Easter egg that kind of shows, hey, there's gonna be like, maybe like in the background they can have like the date being longer than it's supposed to be for 1 patch. Like then people would have like, oh my god, like look at the screenshot, and like I know it's less subtle, but like I feel like that would have eased people. Like people wouldn't have complained as much.
Definitely.
And also the fact that like some of the rewards are strictly tied to like spending money. Like the night market I think is like you can get some coins from like playing the events.
Oh yeah.
But, like,
is that the thing?
You can get more. You can get
rewards?
more. Yeah, you can get it. It's for catching up, right? Again, this is like also an event for mainly new players, right? Not for returning players, right? Not for like people that like have been playing the game since day one, because like half of the rewards are like old rewards.
Hmm.
So yeah, I just find it to be really sad. It's the same thing as Nikki. I feel like it's a lot of like small problems that ended up causing a big problem. And hopefully, I mean, I still like Wuthering Wave.
I
It's
really
just
enjoyed
like-
the story. The story in 2.2 was great. I did
Love
think
it.
that they did. The one thing I will say is I feel like they did repeat a lot of stuff over again, which was kind of annoying, especially like with how because the whole thing was like with what are the names for those things? The god and the evil thing, right?
Trinodians.
The Trinodians,
and,
yeah.
like, yeah.
And like the how because they explained how those two were connected, so like they repeated that so many times throughout the story. I'm just like, and especially at the end when it's like you're talking to the main thing, like once it's fully like purified, and it's just like, I already know all this stuff. Please stop talking. So that was annoying, but other than that, though, it was still very good.
I think they're trying to do. See, I think this is one of the overcorrection that they did, because on 1.0, if you remember, they did a lot of this, but they only did it once. So they just bombed you with everything in the front, and then they expect you to remember everything in the back, right? So I think this is their way of like in a way can be overcorrecting, where like they're like, now we're gonna like make sure that like some of the main points gets repeated along the line. In a good way too, in a better way, because like Genshin does that too, except Genshin does that with like Paimon literally repeating the whole sentence again.
Yeah,
they're doing it in a much better way, because like you can like the way the game does it is like for example, Rover is thinking like, so like if they're like if Trinodian is like, if the Trinodian and like the Imperator is like combined together, like it makes more sense the way they did it, but I can see it being boring if he keeps doing that.
Yeah, so
I think
hopefully
this is also
they find a better
reaction to, like-
balance, but
Yeah, maybe.
the way that they
I personally like it though.
I hope they can cut that out a little bit, like still keep some of it, but definitely reduce it. But either way, their storytelling with like their animations and stuff, that was great throughout. Like that was really good and really
animation top notch. Animation top notch. Like for real. I really love how expressive the characters become, especially like Arteria. Like it's I feel like this is also like the improvement that they made, because like I know do you remember Black Shores?
Yeah. The Black
Like
Shores
the
story
1.3
was
with
really good
Shorekeeper.
too.
Yeah, the Black Shores is really good, but it's too short for me, right? So like I think they managed to like extend the length a bit, like where like they give the character more like world building. Because like in Black Shores, for example, for Shorekeeper, right, you just go through like this simulation, like in the Tethys system, and then suddenly like Shorekeeper gets captured, and then you have to rescue her. That's the entire timeline technically in the 1.3, right? But like in Catartia, like every time you like when you go throughout the Avinoleum, like the whole map, each part has like their own story about her, right? So there's more time for them to like build the character story as a whole.
Oh, I have not done any of that stuff, but well, I'll take your word.
Real? Wait, what? What do you mean? Like it's the main story.
Oh, but you were saying
Do you
have to
know
go
like how like when you go through like throughout the main story, right? You have to go throughout the whole map, right? And in each tower they were like, okay, Catartia gets corrupted.
I thought you meant I thought you meant like the other areas in Renacida and everything.
Oh
So,
no,
like-
no.
okay,
I'm
okay.
talking about the Avinoleum,
Just
the
that
new
part.
map.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. I think they did a better job in like building the Catartia as a character compared to like Shorekeeper. Like I think they did a better job in like explaining it and like showing us what's going on. Because like in the Shorekeeper part, it's mostly just like, yeah, we've been with Shorekeeper was our creation. She's been with us like since the beginning of time, and then like now she has to sacrifice herself. And like it's way
You have
too
to take our
condensed.
word. Yeah, it was kind of the thing of like you're connected
more
to
like
her
show.
because we told you that you're connected to her, not.
Yeah, and then they do show here and there. It's just not enough. Me.
A lot of it's at the very
I wish
end.
it's a bit more. Yeah, I
Mhm.
wish it's a bit more, which I think they did a better job. Because like I think even in terms of like length,
Mhm.
I think Black Shores is like around 3 hours, give or take. 2.5, 3 hours in terms of story, and the 2.2 update is like closer to like 4.5, maybe 5. So like that, those extra hours goes really a long way in like world building and like character building.
I didn't notice that much of a difference actually between those two. If anything, I almost feel like Blackshore might have been a little bit longer because I feel like that took me.
No, sure. Black Shores in terms of story are just straight up shorter. There is less quests. There is less conversation. There is less cutscenes.
Interesting. It still took me longer.
So in terms of,
I wonder why it took me
content,
longer then.
I think there's a. Oh, I mean, you can always extend it. Like just purely the content.
Yeah.
I think there's a. I don't know if I can find a picture. Let me see. There's a picture of like the how long of the content Wuthering Wave has so far up to 2.2.
Okay.
I just don't know if I can find a picture.
Yeah, no. I mean, I could see it being longer. It definitely didn't feel that way at the time.
I mean, that's
I will
because
say
it's
I was
just
kind of
really
hoping,
good, right?
I was kind of hoping Cantarella would be a little bit more evil, but she ended up just kind of being it.
She's like probably like the best one, like the good character.
She's like a good character, yeah. And it's like I was hoping the Versalius, or what is it? She's Versalius, or however you pronounce them. Like I was hoping that they would be evil guys, but Versalius, yeah. But no, she was actually a good person, just with bad rumors and stuff.
I found it. So let's see. Okay. So the Shores Ends is like the Shorekeeper story. In terms of like the length of the playtime, I think it's like it's 2 hour 40 minutes, and like for the Maiden and the Fire, like which is like our current main quest, is 3.5.
Okay. Gotcha.
So yeah. So yeah, I think it's really. I like that. Those extra time that they put into the story, it makes all the difference for me.
Now, the only thing that I kind of wish Wuthering Waves would do, and I'm interested to see if they do it, but it's like I am okay with like, you know, doing story patches every other patch, right? Because that's kind of what they've been doing, right? It's kind of the even number patches that seem to have this new stories added into it with 2.0, because it was 2.0, but then there was nothing in 2.1, and then now we got stuff in 2.2, but nothing in 2.3. So if 2.4 has new story, I'm fine with that, but they got to stop doing all these limited time stuff and limited time rewards so that way people can just kind of come back in when they want the story and have it be more relaxing and let people do what they want. But
I think the whole I kind of like the way they do it over like something like Honkai Star Rail, where like the main story is like upfront loaded. You know, the first three version is all main stories, and then after that it's all filler. Because if you think about it, right, the main story is like for Penacony, for example, 2.0, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's all filler. There's no more main story.
Right. Personally, how I would like it is I wish they would all follow Final Fantasy XIV's path in storytelling, where the base game, like, and actually, I feel like Wuthering Waves is actually doing this, where the base. Like, so the base game, or the new, let's say the new patch, right? Like 2.0 or 3.0, that gives you a complete story start to finish. And then the next several patches of story kind of cover any sort of lingering like plot holes or any other like plot points that maybe didn't get covered completely in the main story. And then from there on, then your story is about like, okay, where are we going to next, right? And I feel like Wuthering Waves is doing that, right? Because we had the whole thing of like the 2.0 was a very complete story by itself, and then Cantarella was, you know, a plot point that they had open at the end, and then we kind of followed that through with 2.2. So I'm interested to see what they do with 2.4, and then if they
2.4, I think it's gonna be focused on Katartia, because like she, like last time she was like Katartia, the maiden, the blessed maiden.
Didn't we already deal with her?
No, it's her banner on like 2.4, and also we're gonna get the continuation of the story.
Is there anything left with her story though? Like, because we freed her. Like, I feel like her story's done.
We
no?
freed her, and now she has to live her life, right? Technically.
Right. So it's done. So she should be done for a while.
Yeah, no, that's why like it needs some time, and that the time is basically quote unquote 2.3. I think 2.4 is gonna touch on her again. I think.
No, I think 2.4 is gonna deal with that other the girl from that evil group, the one with the flower that was controlling the tacit discords.
I'm gonna say right now it's gonna have something to do with Karate Tia, because now she's a resonator with like she's supposed to be like the.
Yeah, but you can't use that logic because Zani was the resonator in this patch, and she just got a companion story, right?
No, not the quest. No, but Karate Tia is the Sentinel's resonator. So technically, it's the same as like the story on do you know like in the previous story we were helping Jinzi.
Oh wait, so okay, so
like
you're
she's
not
a main
talking,
plot.
You're not talking about
I'm not talking about because
girl.
she's on the banner. No, she's the unicorn girl. No, the unicorn girl is the Sentinel's resonator.
Yeah, but we already did her story though. Her story is done.
Yeah, her arc is done. I'm saying like she's gonna be involved in the next main story that involves like the group, like the Frolova and like the Christopher. Like the group. Let me see. I forgot the name of the group because they barely mention it. Fraxidus.
The Fraxidus. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like I think the Fraxidus is going to be the main point. If it's
gonna involve Fraxidus, but also it has to involve Karate Tia, because Karate Tia is the Sentinel's resonator of that region.
I don't think it has to involve her.
It has to, like. Did you not see the last conversation they had with her? After you finished the main story,
she just wanted to go and become stronger or something, right?
She wants to become stronger to protect you.
Right. So she has to become stronger first. She's not stronger yet.
No, that's the thing. The banner in a way kind of, I want to say kind of like foreshadowing it. Basically.
So, I don't know. I feel like they should just have a companion story for her. And then leave her out of the story for a little bit. I
think it's the other way, because like it's the same as Jinzi. The reason Jinzi doesn't get a character story is because her story is like part of the main quest as like as the Sentinel's resonator.
I don't know. I feel like give her a companion story, leave her out, and then during the main story, if something bad does happen to us, then have her show up to save us, right? And have her follow through.
Which I think she might do it. That's why I said like the banner kind of foreshadow it, is because like I think how she's gonna have a power is like controlling the unicorn side of her, like the one where she turns into like the MILF side, like the sexy lady.
But I just don't think they should have her in the story all the way from start to finish. Right.
I don't know about the way they're implementing it. I'm just saying they're gonna do it that way. That's what I'm thinking, because like her role is just too important in the region to not be included. Like if you think about it, since 2.0, she's already teased on, right, her character.
But
even when you were exploring with like the Carlota, the Montelli girl.
Right. But it's like
you were talking about the murals of the Blessed Maiden. She's constantly being brought up because like she's the main focus of this region.
Because we're trying to find that stuff. So what I think will happen is like, because there are two plot holes that we haven't, or not plot holes, but two plot points that we haven't finished covering. Right. The first is the Fraxidus in the church. Yeah. And so like,
which both of them involves her.
Right. Well, I don't think the Fraxidus really involves her at all. The Fraxidus don't give a shit.
The Fraxidus involves her because she wants to protect you, right? And the Fraxidus is quote unquote evil, and the church involves her because she was part of the church before.
I feel like we should deal with when we're dealing with the Fraxidus. I don't think she should be involved in it. I feel like when we go and deal with the church, then I feel like she can be involved with it, because I feel like that's something that she is a part of. But I don't feel like the Fraxidus really have any.
The problem is that like the two plot points kind of intertwine with each other, because like if you know the story last time, Fraxidus are working with the church.
Yeah, but they're working with everyone to try to get their thing going. Like, I don't think that's a big. It's because I feel like it would make more sense to deal. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We're talking about plot points here that.
Yeah, which I think for me at least, like if they include Cartetia, it makes sense because she's like kind of like one of like the main cast of the region.
I just don't think it makes sense when she's like, I want to become stronger, but then, oh yeah, I'm here with you right away. Like to me, that scene was.
They can have her save the world in a way, like save the situation coming in late, but like she still has to show up. She has to be a part of it because like again she's the Sentinel's resonator is like basically the focus of the region.
Well, no, she's not the focus of the region, or
she's the main cast of the region, right? That's why like in like when you playing the 1.0 and 1.1, right? Jinxie always shows up because you're still exploring Jinzhou. Once you move to Black
she's showing up because she's important. Everybody knows that she exists. Nobody knows that Carthessia exists except for us and the people that are close to us and also investigating. All of Renacida,
no, the only one that knows is actually there's only two person that know she exists.
Right. It's us,
which is why they can use it to like
But that's what I'm saying. It's like she's not important to the region. She's important to us because
she's important to the region. She's not like.
Or rather, she's not important to Renacida. Like the people there, like they don't even know she exists. Until
they know she exists.
No, they don't.
They know she used to exist. They know of her existence. They don't know she still exists now.
I don't know. Even that is confusing because like with the church manipulating the history and stuff, how much of it
but they know because like in the story, like they twisted the story after that. Because like the story that they twist was like the one where like that's why like when you ask like the Pope, like the Primus, like in the front, right? He did mention the Blessed Maiden, the Fleur de Lis.
No, but doesn't everyone think that the Pope is the main resonator, right? Like, isn't that was?
Yeah, but like she is part of the church history. They just didn't know she's still alive.
I feel like even that might be questionable because I feel like they've been fucking around with the church, like with the history so much that.
No, but the church does not change it that much. The only part of the story that the church changed was like the Tarktide one. Because like
the what?
See, the second Darktide.
Well, when they also changed what the sorry, what are the resonators resonated with? What's their name?
The Sentinel.
The Sentinels, right? They changed the whole look of the Sentinel, right? Like
yeah, because the Sentinel did change form like around before the second Darktide. The Sentinel changes form after the first Darktide.
Right, but they wiped out history so that way nobody even knew the first form existed. Right?
Yes. Yeah, so nobody knew the first form existed, but everyone knew the Blessed Maiden exists. The story that they changed also is like the Blessed... They changed the fact that the Blessed Maiden...
So
They made it a story where, like, in the second Darktide, the Blessed Maiden saves the day.
Right. So I guess that's what I'm saying. It's like nobody knows that Carthethia is the Blessed Maiden, right?
No, all they knew is Fleur de Lis, which is why I said like earlier, the banner is the foreshadowing, because like she can turn into both forms now. If she shows up as the second form, people would know who she is.
No. They wouldn't know that form either because that form only exists because she was stuck in that time loop forever, or in that area for a long time, right? Because remember Jellyfish Girl, Cantarella or whatever.
Cantarella?
Right? Yeah, when she says like, oh, I remember seeing you as a kid. Why have you not aged? Right? So everybody would have known her in the kid form. Nobody knows her in the adult form.
So maybe it's the other way then. So maybe when she saves us, no one knew who she is, and then like she ran out of power and she comes back into like the small form. Well, like,
I
they're gonna
still don't
have
think
to
people would
include
even
it in
know it
some
because
ways.
I feel like only the older generation might have an idea
No, no
of
one,
that.
no one. Yeah, maybe the older generation, like the one in the by the circus, the old guy that keeps raving about it.
Yeah, like he could know,
The
but it's
previous
like,
Laurel, I think.
but it's like I
Would
just
know.
think that I think history is so messed up that most people aren't going to know that. Like, I guess my point is that I don't think she's actually as important to Renacita as possible, and I think she's going to take some time away, get strong first.
I
And
think
then come
Kuhaku
back.
said it. Kuhaku said it the best. I think she's
Mhm.
not important to them in their heads, but she's still important to the story.
Mm,
She's the main plot of like Renacita's like act.
but is she still important? Like, I feel like all her stuff is done now. Like,
No, we resolve her backstory. So now in 2.4, we're gonna explore her future, like her connection with us in the future. Like, so now we finally found out what happened in the past, right? So now we have to face the church and like Fraxidus, because they're both technically at least based on the story from 2.0 and 2.2, they're working together, right? So we have to fight them.
but
She
I
has
feel
to be
like
with
if
us because she's part of like the resistance, basically. Like she's
No,
she's the
But does she even care about that, right? Because if she cared about Renacita and that stuff, wouldn't
yes,
that
she,
be her purpose?
She does. She
instead
may
of,
not. She sees.
Because like I
She
feel like
definitely cares because like that's entirely the reason she's holding back the dark side for so long, right? Because she cares about it.
Well, no,
But it-
like I think she was fighting. She wasn't fighting back the dark side. She was fighting against the
The dark side,
No, she was fighting against the resident or
the Trinodian.
the Sentinel. Yeah, like
No,
that's what she
Trino-
was
the
fighting
Trin-
against. She wasn't
No,
fighting
no,
against
no.
the dark tide.
No, the Trinodian already died.
Well, no, it
So-
merged.
so he-
the Thermodian merged with her, right? And that's what she was holding back.
No, see, okay. Here's the story to my understanding, right?
Mm.
The Trinodian slash Sentinel, the actual form,
Mm.
they already died a long time ago when Cantarella gave up her power, because Cantarella is the blessed maiden, right?
Right, and she was killed
So
by
this
the
is
other one.
this is a
Mhm.
spoiler, by the way. I should have said this beforehand, but this is a spoiler of the 2.2 story. But like
Mhm.
Cantarella is the actual blessed maiden, and she gave up her second resonance, so Cartetia can kill the resonator, the Trinodian.
The Sentinel. Yeah.
Yeah, the actual form.
Mhm.
So now what's left, like the ones that we saw like last time in the cutscenes, is like what remains inside her, which is like dissipating.
Well, it's like what ended up trying to merge with her, right? Because the Thermodian's power is merging with other things to try to for like self-preservation. So like when they went to
Yeah,
go
it's
and kill
merged
it,
with the Sentinel. Yeah, and they
Right,
killed
right.
it. They killed the physical form, but like that's the dark
And
side.
then-
That's why like that's why in the scenes, when you set the time loop, right? She has to constantly destroy that like big like wave of wall of water.
right. But I'm saying like she wasn't fighting the Dark Tide. She was fighting the Thermodian, and the reason what she was holding back was the Thermodian, not the Dark Tide.
Well,
And
the
she wasn't-
Trinodian comes in the form of Darktide. The Darktide is the coming of the Trinodian.
But that's not quite true.
Because when the
Sentinel was already
Trinodian
there.
comes, it's like when the Trinodian comes, like in like the cutscenes where like when the Trinodian comes, like the sea turns black and like the water lost the colors and everything like
Right,
that, and then
but
the
I
acid
think
Discord starts coming out.
what I'm trying to say is like she's like her goal is not to prevent the Dark Tide from killing people. She was pissed off at the Sentinel / Thermodian for lying to her, so she's fighting against that. The fact that also holds back the Dark Tide and all that stuff, that's kind of like a side effect, right? That's not really what she was mainly
I think
doing.
it's the other way around. She like all this time she was praying, like she was basically she was bamboozled, right? Because
Right,
she
right.
thought she's
And-
gonna be the resonator of the Sentinel, right?
I think it was more she was bamboozled because the Sentinel was lying to her about like what her purpose was and
No,
who
no, no,
she
no,
was
no,
as
no,
a
no.
person, and
No,
because
that's the Trinodian, right? That's the Trinodian, like
No, those are the same.
masquerading as
They're the same
Sentinel.
thing.
No,
they're the
no.
same thing as far as because she never met the original Sentinel. She was only
Yeah,
created when the Sentinel and the Thermodian fused together. and then she
Yes.
got upset because those two were manipulating her, and she wasn't
That's
really
the
a
thing. It's
holy
not those
person.
two. It's the Trinodian side. The Sentinel is no longer in control, right? So it's two
They're
souls
still
in
the
one
same.
body, but the other souls are not talking. The only souls that is talking is like that's why the voice is different, right? When you see the cutscenes.
It's still two people
So
in
she's
one. Like
like she's like obviously there is also the fact that she's angry at being lied to. But the whole reason she's able to stay so long, it's also because she believes in the Sentinel side of things.
I don't
like you said,
remember
they're
that
taking.
at all. Like
You
I
said
just
they're
remember. Uh-huh.
You
I
said
just remember-
she's taking revenge on both on the Sentinel / Trinodian, right?
Well, she's taking offense at whatever it is that created her, right? Which at that point, the thing that created her is the Sentinel / Trinodian fused
It's the
together.
Trinodian. No, it's the Trinodian. They literally mentioned it.
No, but at that point they're fused together. They're one and the same at that point.
They
Right.
are one and the same, but the Trinodian is the one that made the thing. It's just the Trinodian did not know.
Right, but they're still
that
one and the same. It doesn't
Yeah, but
matter
like,
if
it's
one
like-
had more sentience over the other. They're still the same. At that point in time, they are the same person, right? And so, and I think that's a very minor point, right? I guess the thing I'm trying to say is she was trying to fight against whatever it is that was opposing her. Whether you want to say that's the Thermodian or not, okay, that's not the major thing. Like, I think the main thing is...
See, I think that's an important point because the reason she can hold out so long, it's because she still believes on the Sentinel.
No, but there's nothing that pointed that she even believed in it.
She hates whatever this thing is, but she was also how do I say this? Like, how do I explain this? This is actually kind of like complicated. So she hates the Trinodian, right? What you say is not wrong. She hates the Trinodian, the whatever the thing that created her. You're not wrong. But the reason she can last so long, it's because like, do you know, like she mentioned the sacrifices of her friends?
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is like she's doing it because she's a good
the teaching
person.
of the Sentinel.
No, I think it's just because she's a good person and she wanted to, like, I don't know, she wanted to fight against this thing that was oppressing
So here's
her.
the thing. When the Trinodian created like Fleur de Lis, right? He's creating it in secret, right? He's not changing the doctrine that the Sentinel made. Does that make sense to you?
Well, what do you mean by that?
So let's say let's use like a religious example, right? The Sentinel made a Bible, right? When the Trinodian takes over, he didn't change the Bible.
No, he did. That's the Thenodian's whole thing is changing history. Or...
He changed the priests, the people that are like the power of the Trinodian is to control the people.
Right, and
But he
change
doesn't
their religious beliefs and everything. Like that's his whole thing.
Yeah, he twisted like the people, right?
Yes, yeah.
But like the core belief that she has, like the core of the core of the dogma, the doctrine is still the same, and that's why like
no, I think
that's why when you like you can see some of like I think this is why it's kind of complicated. I don't know how to explain it in a good way.
Because at least to me, it seemed like the Thenodian completely rechanged their religion, right? He changed the religion to benefit him, and that's his whole thing of like the Thenodian is so dangerous because he goes in and he changes history and he changes religion to work and get people to fight against each other and stuff. And like, and I think that's the thing where it's like he created Fleur de Lis to be this person that would be his, thing, and it was something different than what she thought it was, and that's what caused her to get angry and upset and fight against him. And she's not necessarily, and she's doing that because one, she's a good-hearted person, and she wants to kind of protect people. But I think the whole thing of her accidentally holding back the dark tide and all that stuff, I think that's all accidental. She did it because she was upset at being used and manipulated and wanted to get back at him, and then
No. The whole point is that Cartetia is kind of like Cantarella, is that like she has the heroic soul.
yeah, exactly.
It's not,
I'm not arguing.
It's not.
that.
It's not. No. The way you said it just now, to me, the way you say it right now, just now, sounds like she's being the reason she's doing it is because she's selfish. I want to get back.
No,
like the way
what I
you
mean
describe
is,
her is that I want to get back at the Trinodian.
No.
So that sounds to me. It sounds like I'm doing this for revenge. Like if I were to like simplify it.
It would be like, so say for instance, if a paladin, if somebody became a paladin because they believed in good, and then they found out that somebody was corrupt, they would then go and, even though like a paladin's supposed to not, maybe not kill people or something, they would still, kind of go against that. It's like, it's a good person being pushed to the edge is the way I kind of took it. And like, I don't know. It's like, I'm not saying that she's like selfish or doing it for, bad reasons. It's just like, she's a good person that was manipulated. She found out she was manipulated and she acted against that because it upsetted her and everything. Like, cause that was the whole thing with the cutscene with her like crying and everything, right? Because she was like really upset and emotionally distraught, and so.
No, she was. See, I like from what I remember in the scene, she was upset. She was being lied to.
Right, but that brought her to tears and everything, and she was very, yeah. And so then she fought back.
But if you
that.
also remember the lyrics of the songs and like the actual scenes, and like she's doing it because it's her duty too. See, that's what I'm trying to emphasize, is that she's not doing it purely because she was upset. She was doing it also because she realized that this guy is not the one that I'm supposed to be worshiping, and she realized the truth, and then she tries to like fight back. That's also like, if you think about it, like when she does her job, that means like
either.
That means she's protecting Rina Sita, because that's the whole point.
No, and I get that, but I think we maybe got a little bit sidetracked here, because I think the main thing is just that I don't think while yes, she's doing what she did for Renacita, I do not think Renacita, like, and she cared for Renacita. I do not think Renacita cares for her. And I think her part in the story is done. And I don't think she really has anything else to bring.
According to people, yes. Like, part of her story in the history is done. The people that like the people that are like nowadays that are like living in the Renacita only remembers her as the blessed maiden that sacrificed herself.
Right, but it's like,
that's literally 2.0.
But if she cared about these people, why didn't she say that as her reason to continue living, instead of, trying to
Oh no,
right?
She's not living for them. But like again, like the like you're trying to like argue like why she should return to the main story, right?
No, I'm saying she shouldn't be in the main story for a while. I think she should.
I'm saying she should,
yeah.
Because like Rover is gonna be in danger.
We don't know that.
We know that he has to fight the fucking Fraxidus.
But
he's gonna be OP, but like
are they going to be in that much danger that he needs to be saved? Like, can you, like, I feel like that's such bad storytelling to be like, oh, I'm going to come and save you when you're in danger, and then the danger happens literally the next patch. Like, I feel like there needs to be some time, because the Rover has proven themselves to be pretty powerful. It needs to be something. Yeah. It needs to be something truly dangerous, and they need to build that up. So I feel like next
so like
patch,
I think that what you're saying makes sense, but they already confirmed she's gonna shows up in the story later on.
Right. But when
now I don't know if this is gonna be I don't know if this is now I don't think this is gonna be like a character story. Because like I don't think they're gonna do a character story after their after the whole backstory being part of the main story already. So I don't know if they're gonna like split it up again. Like, at that point, I think like, especially since like this is like talking, because like we already knew the backstory of the character, right? So like character story is straight up unnecessary. Because character story are supposed to tell you like the history of the character.
Not necessarily. It could also just tell you the character growth. Like,
no, like almost all the character story that we have are like about her backstory, like Chang Li's past, Jian's past.
Yeah, but that's because they didn't
Ming
have time in
past.
the main story, right? Like this character has had time,
Exact-
so you could go
I-
and do something different with the companion story. They don't always have to be that. Like, they can be something different. Like, who says that it has to be about the past? Like, I feel like
Well,
a
that's the
companion.
thing. See, that's the thing. If they're gonna make it part of the future, like if we're gonna if she's gonna be doing if we're gonna be playing about the if we're gonna explore her future,
Hmm.
then they might as well do it in the main story, because she's already part of the main story to begin with. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It's like I get it, but I think it's just too soon to add her back into the main story. Is the thing. I feel like she needs a break.
I mean, yeah. I get what you're saying. Like, it would be more dramatic if, like, she's in the new, like, you're in the new region later on, and then, like, when you're struggling,
it doesn't even have to be.
she
the
comes
new
in
region.
more powerful. Well, that's
No.
the thing. More new region is coming soon.
Well,
2.4 also has a new region, new map. It's supposed to be as big as Renacita.
Okay, when you say new region, sorry, when you say new region, I was thinking more like a 3.0, not like a.
Oh
not
no.
like a
Like
island.
I'm not 3.0. I don't know, but like what is like how the new region looks. But apparently, according to people, it's as big as Renacita in 2.4 or 2.5. I'm
what?
not sure actually.
So are we
Yeah.
going to a new? Okay, well,
It's not. I don't think it's a new for like. I don't think it's like the new federation or like the new whole new region like I'm talking about. But like there's a new map area that is gonna be pretty big according to like the leaks last time.
Is it still part of Renacita, or is that like a?
Apparently maybe like you can kind of see the LOD in the game. Like if you go to like the area where you the bear water, like the area where you take the lift into like the new map. There's an island like on the far side of like north, I think. Like I don't know how to explain it like unless I can open the game, but like there's basically like an LOD for the area already. Yeah, there's already an LOD for the area. You can kind of see it by the mountains.
Okay.
And people are saying that it's gonna be like around as big as Renacita. In terms of size.
Okay, but
So, like,
as long as it's still.
that's why.
Yep.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
What was that? So that's where I'm assuming she's gonna save us. It's like she's probably like chances are like that's why I said like earlier the banner is gonna be foreshadowing, right? Because chances are she's probably gonna go out somewhere by herself. She's gonna try to master her because like she's not weak.
Right, but it's like
problem
I
is
just
that
don't
like
think
she's
you can,
not weak.
Right, I just don't think you can use the banner to say that means that this character's coming in, right? Because like Zani was in this banner and she wasn't.
like but Sunny is already part of the main quest, right?
Well, she wasn't a part of 2.2.
Her banner is the foreshadowing for her character story, because she's not like.
Yeah, a companion story. Yes.
But like she's not a main, like I don't know how to explain it. She's not a main cast technically.
Who?
Zani?
Yeah. I feel like she's
not
like,
a main cast. That's why she doesn't show up in 2.2. Main cast is characters that like constantly get mentioned along the way, right? Like think of like Jinxie, for example. Like, you know, in the 1.0 she shows up, she talks, and then you get to see her again. It's like that's why earlier I was trying to press the importance of like the character Tia being like the Sentinel's resonator.
But that story's done, right? Because even
you keep saying the story is done. Her backstory is done. We're talking about her future. The future that she wanted to do was to protect us. And if we're in danger and she doesn't show up.
But she needs to get stronger first. And what are we going to be in danger from?
But that's what I'm talking about. She's already strong. Like, do you know like the last time she's okay.
We just saved her. She needs time to grow.
Do you know why you had to save her? Like in the scenes, it's because she was split into two.
Right, but you think she's gonna learn how to master that in like just a single patch? Like, I don't know.
I'm not saying it's the best way to do it. I'm just saying I think it's gonna be the way they do it. I'm not saying it's the best way to do it. Okay?
I hope not, because I feel like they needed to have a break there, and then and then go for it.
Because like I think the way they tell the story is kind of showing that like she's actually already strong. It's just she's only half of herself, so she doesn't remember it. It's the same as Rover. It's the same as Rover, right? Rover is strong, and like every element that he gets stronger, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like he's recovering a part of himself. I think the same way as Cardetia is that like when the Imperator, like when the Sentinel Imperator like sacrificed himself in the end, like sacrificed themselves, and then like turns Cardetia and Fleur de Lis into one. Her power is back technically, so she's OP again. Now she might need some time, but I don't think it takes as much time as you think about it because she's already powerful. Like if you see her, that's why I said like the foreshadowing is in the banner, is because if she can turn into the adult version, the adult version is strong.
No, I would agree with that. It's just like, I just think from a story narrative, if you say
if you do it too fast,
right, it just doesn't come off as well. Like that's kind of my main thing. Is just.
I think in terms of the time alone, I mean that's the reason they put a filler patch in the middle, right? So it feels longer.
But nothing happens story-wise. Nothing.
So technically during the time, I think they made the anniversary. Oh, I don't know. Is the anniversary part like kind of like the fishing mission? Because like the fishing mission is technically part of the story.
No,
even though it's
like
a filler.
whole. It feels like a whole side thing because it's like. There's something.
No, but the side thing was like they have you go back to like the.
This is what's her name? The sheep girl, right? She came up with a whole video game.
Yeah, she came up with a whole video game. So like the only thing that we need to know is that if this is part of the storytelling or not, just like the fishing. Because if the fishing is part of the main story, that means they can technically justify the story.
It's not even in Renacita. Is the thing.
Yeah, but like the only thing that you need to do is like the time, right? For example, like during the Renacita quest.
I don't know if you can say that.
You get what I'm trying to do.
Yeah,
but because you said earlier there's supposed to be a time gap, right? Like, so if you count this as the main story, you can be like, hey, like during this whole anniversary, she was actually like trying to master her power again, and then eventually in the next 2.4, she's gonna come back. That's why I asked. That's why I asked that question.
I feel like you need to. I feel like what they should do is that the next patch should be us dealing with one of the two plot points that are left open. We maybe don't completely solve it, but we set up for the next patch, which will be us solving it, and that could be where the big threat is that you're talking about. That Carthethia will then come in and save us. Yeah, and then that's when she can come in. I can see that,
but also that wouldn't fit because like it's always one filler and one main, right? So if they do that, that means they have to go all the way to 2.6. But like we don't even know if the game is gonna reach 2.6 because like last time it's we stop at 1.5 and then we go to 3.0 at 2.0, right?
I mean, I hope they at least have one more story patch because
like I don't wanna like I don't know how far they're gonna go. I'm just assuming based on like the information we have right now, and like if the main quest ends in 2.4, then she has to come out there because she is part of like the main plot for the area. Yeah, she's an important cast in the area, like kind of like Yang Yang, for example.
I see what you're saying. If they do finish it, it feels so early to finish it in 2.4.
I don't think it will. I think the leak goes up to 0.7. I just don't know if the main quest continues until that point, right?
I think it should. Like, I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what they do. I am very curious. I do feel like their story stuff is very good. I have not been a fan of some of the events though, because I feel like they can get kind of boring.
So here, I think the banners, like, she's gonna be part of the story in the banner because of the banner. Because like if you think about it, Chiakona is also part of like the story before, and that's why like she comes out in the banner.
Who? Is that the bard?
The bard girl.
Yeah, but she was part of the story in 2.2. You see, that's what I'm saying is like these are characters that were part of the story early on. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna have to be a part of this
Well,
story.
well, you know, if we go by that logic, Jinxie comes out in 1.1 during her story. Her actual story, because like in 1.0 it's the war, right? And then you actually help her. Her character arc is in 1.1 along with her banner.
Jinxie.
Jinxie,
Yeah.
Mount Firmament,
the Red Phoenix. Well, she was. Did we see her in 1.0?
See, here's what happening in. We see her in 1.0, but it was part of like solving the puzzles and like helping the Jinzhou, helping the city, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then after the city is saved, she had to go on an adventure. And then in 1.1, we were like, hey, Jinxie has been missing for some times and we need to find her and blah, blah, blah. And then that's how they brought you to the Mount Firmament. And that's during her banner. That's like the one where like you meet the dragon and then you help her like go through her second awakening, right? And then in 1.1 phase 2 is the Changli's banner and her character story. But her introduction is like during the main story though. But like, and then like there's a second phase in the banner where like it's Changli, and that's when like her character story also got released. So like the story can happen in the middle of the banner, but it does not happen for the Sentinel's Resonator, because their story are being told in the main story. Does that make sense?
I just don't think we have enough plot or that happened
there's
in
new
one
character
time.
too on like
yeah.
There's new characters too coming in 2.4, I think. See, yeah. So see, here's the thing: the main story act is only confirmed up to 2.4. That's why I have to like. I'm assuming like the story ends in 2.4, and she has to show up in like, cause like she's the. Again, she's the Sentinel's Resonator. She has to be there, like if we're on her region.
I mean, if it ends in that, it feels very early, but we'll see.
It will feel very early. Yeah, because like, but like also the patch ends up. There's a confirmation on like up to 2.6. Like 2.5 has like the Prolova, like the Frexidus girl, the conductor. The girl that we fought in 2.0.
Oh, she's as a banner character, or
yeah, apparently there's a leak for that. She's a banner character. The leaker got arrested though. The leaker, because he was doing it in the office, bro. He was like a former.
Oh, he was
like,
a
he
worker.
Was an employee.
Oh, wow. Okay,
he was an employee and he got arrested. Yeah. So there's a gameplay for her already. There's literally like the ultimate animation. I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube where like she would bleed from her eye as she does the ult.
Ooh, okay. She does seem like a very cool character.
So she has a banner. So like there's a chance that what you're saying is right. Is that like maybe I think this is like something that maybe we can agree on. Maybe 2.4 is gonna be fighting the church. Because like the church is part of the Reina Sita, right? I'm assuming Frexidus is gonna be like a recurring theme.
Yeah.
So what's happened is gonna be 2.4. You're gonna resolve the church, where Cartetia shows up, and then 2.5 is like where you fight the Frexidus, and it's also gonna serve as like a teaser for the new area where like maybe they escape again or something like that.
The only issue I have with that from a story standpoint is that I feel like the church is more important to Renacida. So like it feels like that would make that would be more of a sense for that to be the finale, like to kind of wrap things up. And so like I feel like,
well, it would make sense because 2.4 is like a major patch, like, right?
No, I get that, but it's like that's where it's like I would push that one out and have the fractures be dealt with first, because then you could use the fractures to show the corruption that's happening with, you know, better show the corruption that's happening within the church and what's kind of going on, and then also potentially hint at what could happen in like future stuff as well, right?
See, this is where I would bring up like the gacha game design. It's like usually when you do like a story that involves a certain characters, for example, if you do the Frexidus, Prolofa has to show up again. And I think they would rather say that when her banner
because if she's showing up in like
if you're fighting Frexidus, right? If you're fighting Frexidus, obviously she has to show up again. because like the main antagonist of the Fraxidus is like in the area right now
Right,
is
right.
Frolova and Cristoforo.
Right. Sorry.
Right?
What are you? So. Say
So
say what you're saying again. Yeah, because maybe I was.
So I was bringing up about like how like we can use the gacha game design as like a way to like draw a picture. It's like, you know how in the main story, if it's about if we're gonna do the Fraxidus first, Frolova has to show up, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like the Fraxidus has to show up the cast.
Right. Right.
And I think in terms of business, they would rather have her show up during during when her banner is running, because it serves as a marketing. Instead of
And when was the leak for her banner?
2.5.
Right, and so, if you do it in 2.4,
so that's why I said like the church is probably gonna happen first, because Karatetia is the banner on the 2.4.
but I feel like so long as she showed up in the story patch of 2.4, that's fine, right? Like it like because there isn't going to be a
but
story
like
patch in 2.5.
if you want to
so.
have, like, for example, if you want to end the Fraxidus, like two main plot points you said earlier, right?
Mhm.
The Fraxidus and the church. If you want to end the Fraxidus plot point, you're gonna have to fight her again. You might as well fight her on the time where her banner shows up. In terms of like, if you're gonna design
but you're not going
right?
to fight her on that because she's in an odd number patch, right? So that story patch is never going to happen. So
Yeah. So
right, so it's like I feel like
yeah, that's where it gets confusing.
Right, so it's like I feel like so long you just need the characters to show up before the banner happens, right? And both Karthethia has already shown up in 2.2 and 2.0.
2.0.
So it's fine if she's not in 2.4 story because she's already kind of there, right? You already know about her. Maybe do a companion story, right? Because Brant,
don't you think it would feel weird if there's a banner shows up and like the character was nowhere to be seen the whole patch?
I think so long as there's a companion story.
I don't think it ever happened. That's the thing.
Because
they're not gonna do companion story on the character.
Because Brant is part of the main story, and he was a big part of it, and he got a companion story for it, so as well, like. So like, I feel like you don't have to.
He's the main cast of 2.0, but he's not the main. He's not important to Rina Sita as a whole. Does that make sense? That's why I
don't see how that matters.
That, like,
is the, I just don't see how that matters. Is the thing.
That's why. This is why I was like, it's really hard to explain.
Well,
it's really hard to draw a reference because Jinxie only shows up in the first two patch, because after that we moved out of the area.
Right.
But she shows up on every patch.
1 point doesn't. Wait, what is it? 1 point doesn't make a line, right, or whatever it is. So it's
1 point does not make a line. What I'm trying to do right now is to try to draw the line, right? Because we have a second point coming.
Right. Coming is the key word, though. It hasn't happened yet, so I guess that's where it's like I'm hoping for, at least from a story standpoint, that it goes this way, but we'll see.
And I don't think it's gonna go that way, just because of like the way they do business. Like, there's no way you're gonna have like, hey, like, think about it like this. Hey, here's Zani. We're not gonna have any, like, she's not gonna be involved in any patch this event, like this, like when her banner releases, she's gonna show up in nothing but the banner. That would just feels weird.
Which is sort of what happened. I mean, she had a companion story, right?
Which is why I keep saying Kartetia is not gonna. I don't think Kartetia is gonna have any companion story, because like her character story is part of the main quest.
You could do so much more. I feel like you're limiting what companion stories could be. Like, they can be so much more than just a backstory drop, right? They don't have to be just that. They can be extra stuff. There's no reason to limit ourselves.
But that's not how Bua does it. We already have like, I'm drawing the point right now because we already have examples for the character story. All of them are backstory.
Yeah, but it doesn't always have to be that way. We can change.
We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see.
I'm just making theory based on the pattern, right? Like I said, you said earlier, like the two, like, you know, a single point does not make a line, but like we already have a bunch of points in like character story being backstories. So I'm drawing a line there.
Right, and that's where I'm also taking your point, because I actually haven't done a lot of the backstories.
I haven't done any of the character story, but I know they're all about the backstories. I done a bit of them, right? Jian's is backstory, Ling Yang is backstory, Yinlin is backstory. Like obviously there's also implication with like the Rizan events, but like it's mostly to tell about their past, which we already have with Cardetia. So that's why I'm
Is it their
assuming
past or just who they are as characters? Because that's kind of what I got from Yinlin's stories. That yeah, there was a bit of her past, but it also explained who she was as a person and as a resonator.
It's a bit of both, but like the way you usually the way you just tell the story of a character is like, you know, is through the backstory, like the her history. Like for example, Jian, you get to know Jian as like a, like, you know, before Jian was a general, he was a medic. And Ling Yang, before he was like before he was a furry, he was an actual lion. And then he had to grow up like being like outcast, so like he to be the same as everyone. He like
lion? I thought it was this resonator thing that turned him. Huh. Okay.
I think he acted like a lion back then.
Right.
I remember him talking about like going on a hunt and stuff, right? And then like people look at them in a weird way, so he started trying to act more human, and then like he took out his nails and stuff like that to like look more human.
Yeah, it's like I do remember that part of the story. I always just thought it was like, because the resonator mark, it's the thing that adds like the extra features onto people, right? So
yeah,
like,
I think it changes the way he acts too, but that's why like he's a bit like off.
Right. So it's like, that's what I kind of just thought it was, is like when he was younger, he got his resonator mark, however those things pop up, and it forced him to act like that, but then he changed the way he wanted to act. But I didn't think he was an actual lion.
Well, I actually
maybe. But
he acts like a he acts like a lion, I think.
He does. Yeah.
But like all of that are like basically history, right?
Right. But a lot of those characters weren't in the main. I mean, besides the
exactly. Commander. They had their own character story because they're not in the main story, right? The main story does not tell anything about them.
Right.
And
so
that's
what about the characters that are? Like, how about
no one has their main story in the like part of the main, like becomes part of the main quest, except the Sentinel's Resonator, which is Jinxie. That's why Jinxie never got the character story, because her whole character story is 1.1 Dawn of Eons.
I guess I'm just saying, like, you don't, when you're saying they didn't get their story, you're meaning specifically like their backstory, right? And
yes,
I guess what I'm saying is you don't need to always know a character's backstory to have a good story with them, right? Like,
yes and no. I think mixing a part of their history into the story helps with like building their characters. You can kind of see why they're doing certain things a certain way.
You can, but I don't always feel like it's important. Like, you can, but showing how they act in the here and now is more important than understanding their history. Like, that's just more, it's extra stuff, but I don't think it's mandatory.
Well, you can kind of see that too in the main story, right? For Cardetia and Jinxie. For example, Jinxie, when she blushes, like her skin starts turning into scales.
Wait, does it? I don't remember that.
Yeah. It's literally they literally made it into like a meme on the anniversary where like when she gets shy, when her emotion takes over, her skin turns into scales, and that's why she hits it in the main story.
Ah, really? Okay. I did not even notice that.
and what I'm saying is that like the way they're doing it so far is that if the character shows up, like if the character gets explained in the main story, they're not gonna do a character story for it, because if they do that, they're gonna do it for Jinxie, like way back then.
Okay, so let's take a look.
Especially when you have a
I feel like
patch,
1.0
right?
characters are totally different. So let's take a look at Renacita characters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have they changed how those characters work for? Let's see, because Withering Waves, right? Because Brant's got a character story. Did Rochia?
Brant's got the character story.
Did Rochia get a character story, or?
Let me see character story. I know. Who is it again? Carlotta gets a character story. and she was never like, you get to like, they introduce her some of her like
Carlotta. I think Cantarella
like,
has a character story, right?
yeah.
And and we know all about her past, right, through the main story.
Not all of them, but yeah.
Right. So Cantarella.
But also
has one.
she's
What about Phoebe? Does Phoebe have a?
Phoebe's character story is part, I think, like it's somewhat part of like the fishing one, like where they talk about her. Because like she's always around during the swimming one, right? So like she doesn't have an actual character story.
Yeah, let me see. Let me go to companion stories and
companion stories. Let's see.
Yeah, so Carlotta.
So yeah, Rochia has it. Rochia has it. And also like, but like her story is not explained in like the 1.0, like in like the main story. Like all of them,
but
except like you can argue Cantarella is part of the main quest and she still gets a character story. But the main quest does not delve into her, right? She's like her main.
It does, right? It goes through all of her thought process and everything about it, and even talks about like how like
her history. See the history, like the ritual part is part of like the main story. But it does not tell her about like, oh, like why did she kill like the previous previous matriarch and everything. So like her backstory is like in a way incomplete in like the main story. It's not fully included. It's only included when necessary. The focus, focus in 2.2 is like Cartetia. It's the same as
if you're
Jinxie.
saying like minor stuff like that, then you could also say things like
well, you can use Chang-Li as an example, right?
Well,
Chang-Li is like included in like some of the story where like they talk about her, but then like she got her own character story. That's because she's not the main, like she's not the she's not the character in the spotlight in the main quest.
But I'm saying like so like if we go back to Florida Reese, right, who's the main one that we're talking about. Yeah, we know a bit about her story, but we don't know about like any of her companions that she had on her journey or what she did.
No, because she changed into Fleur de Lis when she got blessed, which is literally when the dark tide happens. The day she becomes Fleur de Lis is the day the dark tide happens.
Right, but so she still has a history that we don't know about, right? Like
we know because her history is her being Cartetia, which is her going to school, training with everyone, training. We
don't know any of that stuff. We
with the sword echo like Capitanis.
Right, but we didn't really touch on that stuff. It's mentioned, and we see a little bit of it, but it's not really touched on. Just like how with Cantarella, it's mentioned, it's touched on, but it's not really shown in its entirety. So
Cantarella is not even shown. That's why they had their own character story, right?
No, Cantarella is in the main story. Right, and we know about all this.
No, I'm talking about the main story.
Yes, she's in the main
story.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing her in like a cutscene of her past? No, because there is nothing on there. She only mentioned some of her past, which is like, oh, I remember like I had to go through like the second resonance as like all the maidens in the Visalia's family, and then like by the time I opened my eyes, like. I only remember saying like the maiden is dead.
Yeah, but we only got like we didn't really get many cutscenes of Florice's or Cartathia's.
We do.
We get images here and there, right? That tell bits and pieces of a story that.
What do you think you get on Jinxie?
Wait, what?
Do you not remember the Jinxie's main story?
I'm not talking about.
Do you
Jinxie.
not remember the?
I'm not. I don't care about her. We're not talking about her. We're talking about.
She's related to Cartetia because they both have something in common, which is they're the resonators. They're the Sentinel's resonator.
Yeah, but it happened in 1.0. I feel like how they treated the game in 1.0 and 2.0 are two different things. So, I feel like we can't use something like that and then use it for the future.
Then what are you gonna use? Like the only way to make a reference of the past, like the future, is to use the past. Like you're trying to like make like, oh, you cannot use the past in an argument. And like, what am I supposed to use?
It's hush. Eh.
Like you're not
Either way.
you're telling me I cannot use the past as like a point of reference. Then like the whole point
I'm
of a
not saying as, like,
reference
a
is
point
to
of-
like
How should I put it? I feel like you're using it more as like an exact thing. Like just because it happened this one time, it'll guarantee happen in this time. When so many things.
I'm not saying it's
happened
guaranteed. I'm saying this is how I think it will happen, because like I've never said this is like something that is like bound to happen. Okay. I wanted to preface that. I'm saying that like this is how I think it's gonna happen because this is how it happened in the past. Does that make sense? Like I'm trying
sort
to,
of,
because
but
like you
it's-
said earlier, like, oh, like it can be different and like
It can
and,
be,
like
yes.
yeah, it can be.
Absolutely.
But like if they're following the past, then it won't be. And you were like, no, and I'm like, what do you mean?
Well, because a lot of stuff has changed since then, right? Like,
And it can change. I've never said it cannot change. I'm saying if we follow what happens in the past, this is what you're saying is not gonna happen.
yeah, I'm just trying to remember how we even got here to begin with, in all honesty. And
Things get
To be-
heated. I mean, like that's the
Yeah.
fun part, right? Like arguing like this, discussing
Yeah.
things. Like I said, if I keep agreeing to him, we'll end the stream in like 1 hour.
no, it's good to have it. It's just, yeah.
And
just
like
definitely getting late for
Cantarella's
me, so.
pass gets touched, but it does not get touched enough. It's kind of like Chang-Li's, which is why I keep using like references like that. And like they can't, like if they want to change it, I mean, like look, I'm always welcoming of like more contents, right?
Hmm.
But the problem is, would they do something like that? We gotta remember, we're talking about a company here. Why change what's broke if people likes the way they do things back then? Because like no one complained about the way they do things back then, right? No one complained about like, hey, if Jinchi shows up in the main story, then like Jinchi should get her own character story too, even if she shows up in the main story.
Oh, I absolutely think. I think all characters have.
Or
their
like,
own
or
mates.
like people,
Like-
or like maybe some people complain, or maybe people think it will be better, but like no one ever complained about that.
Hmm.
Like, you know, it
But-
would be better if Jinxie gets her own character story, but like I mean it's like it's a nice to have. It's not something I need to have.
Hmm. I don't know. It's like I feel like they've just been doing character stories for everyone except for Phoebe, right? Is the only one that.
So
hasn't.
Phoebe, because she's part of the here's the pattern that I'm trying to pull. Phoebe is not being told a character story because she's part of the fishing story. Xiang Liao is not part of the main story. It's not part of like the character story because his main story is from the event 1.2. The moonfall, like the moon's grace, like the one where like you were helping like the people with the festival. Do you remember that? Or
No,
or
I
did
did
you
not do
skip
that at all.
Okay.
And if
you
that's the
skipped
case,
part.
that's really stupid. Yeah. 'Cause
Yeah,
we can't even-
that's
we
why you
can't
don't
go back.
remember. Yeah, that's the part I hate because like if you miss that event, you'll never. It's kind of like the same as Albedo. If you didn't do that quest, you'll never know that Xiang Liao has a quest.
Hmm.
The whole story of Moon's Grace is that like this is like a side event, like a filler thing, but also it has like the main story about like Xiang Liao because you get to help him resolve his past.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
So this is his main story. It like his like character story in a way, and Jinxie doesn't have a character story because her story was told in 1.1, like the main event.
mhm.
Or maybe they don't think Phoebe is popular. What do you mean? Phoebe is pretty popular.
Yeah, I
mean,
think
like,
she
you
is, but
compare
it's
it
like,
to Zani, you're like, yeah, no, like no shit. But like,
but I feel like, I don't know.
like I
they
think like
could-
in terms of popularity, Rochia is probably the worst one.
Right, but I think, how should I put it? I don't know. I feel like I honestly I need to go back and do the companion stories to make sure that they do all follow this pattern and see. I do find it interesting that they do have encore as well. That happens.
So
very
Encore main
late.
story is Encore's character story is about like something related to her mom or something.
Right, but still, it happened well after her banner happened, right? Like, or after 1.0.
Bro,
so.
Encore does not have. Encore is a standard banner.
Right. But that's what I mean. It's like, so I feel like, I don't know. I feel like there's stuff here, but I am getting tired.
I mean,
so
if you think about it,
fix the-
Jian's main story, Jian's character story happens 1.0. Yinlin's main story happens 1.0, like character story. Changli's character story happens 1.1.
Yep.
Chi-Chi's happen, yeah. So like everyone happens like during their banner, but like all the character that has a part in the main, like has like all the like that's the wrong way to say it. All the characters whose story has been told in a big quest does not have a character story. Phoebe, Xiangli Yao, Jinxi. And that's how I draw my reference. And that's why I said like Carte Dia more likely than not would not have like a main, like a character story. Because the last three characters that story, whose story got told in the main, like in the big quest, does not get a character story.
And even though she had a major story patch in 2.2, right? She had a major arc there. You think that they would still add her back in for 2.4?
Well, because it's the same as Jinxi, right? Jinxi shows up in 1.0. Like they talked about her a bit, like she's the magistrate, and then you get to
she didn't have her
meetup.
backstory. She didn't have her backstory or anything then, right? But we have had Florida Reese's backstory.
Yeah. Like so her backstory is on 1.1.
Right.
But then she shows up on 1.2 during the event, the festival.
Okay,
the filler.
Again, I have no reference for that, so yeah.
Yeah, she only stops showing up once you move to like the new area, the Black Shores.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Black Shores is like there's no Jinxi.
Yep.
Same thing happens during like the 1.5 where like they had like this whole like community dream where like everyone dreams the same dream and stuff like that, and you have to help them.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like there's the filler patch in 1.5, like the Somnoir.
Oh, I only did like half of that or something. That's with the mouse or something, right?
No, it's about like fighting the Black Cat. You know that, like you're helping the White Cat fight the Black Cat in like the elusive realm of sword.
Like with the mouse, right? Where she's like running through the dream or something, and we're like,
oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like I've only done a little bit of that. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think a company wouldn't change drastically unless a lot of people are asking it for it.
No, but I guess I'm just saying it's like. So you think that even though she had a major story part, she'll still show up anyway, like in this next story, even though
if it's still in this region, then yeah.
Okay. Well,
she has to.
We'll see. I mean,
it's also the same thing as like like during the banner, like when their banner shows up, usually the character also shows up some way, but she doesn't have a like at least from the pattern, she doesn't have a chance to get a character story. So like she has to. That means like they're gonna try to include her in the main story.
Okay, well we'll see. I still have my doubts on it, but I think I'm getting too tired though to.
I am more than welcome to be proven wrong. To be fair. It's like I think the way you said, the way you tell it is better. I think like there should be like a proper gap in the main story, and then like you face a real struggle. For example, maybe Christopher or like the other like Fraxidus is like really like much stronger, and then like
right.
You know, it's kind of like Sambo, like in HSR, where like you know he looks goofy, he acts goofy, but like he's actually fucking OP, and then like you're struggling, and then like you know you ended up like needing help.
Right. I guess that's the main thing is that I like her character and I want her reappearance to matter, right? I think that's probably why I was fighting against it so much, is because like for her to show up again.
Hey,
so
it
quickly,
shows up like how much you enjoy 2.2 because like you resonate with the character so much.
Yeah. It's like
and
I do like.
I like the character too. Actually, like, but like I'm the. I don't want to say I'm the opposite, But like I do wanna see her more, and like that's one way to include her in a way that doesn't break the pattern, at least.
Yeah, I guess it's like I like her and I would like to see more, but it's like I'm good for now, right? I feel like her stuff is done for the moment. Let her
hear me out.
Let her power up,
like,
and then
what if like after like what if like we go with my theory, but after that she gonna follow you constantly because now she doesn't have anywhere to go, right? As you said earlier, right? She's only part of like the history, right? She's no longer part of Renacita already. So like, what if after that she follows you to the second region, like the third region actually?
Well, we'll have to see with how we handle the church, because she might end up taking over the church or something. And I feel like
just give it to Cantarella. We all know Cantarella would not leave like Renacita. She loved her family.
I just feel like they don't want companions with the rover anymore, because otherwise we still have the other two characters, right? Chin-Si and Ying Yang, or...
Well, no. Like, see, everyone else in the story that we've mentioned so far has a role in the specific
That's
specific
a good point.
region,
Yeah,
right?
They have jobs and everything. Yeah. And she
like Yang
really
is still part of the military. Like Cardetia is technically free. And if we're talking about the Primus, like Cantarella is technically supposed to be the one that replaces them, because like she's she's the actual resonator, right? The Sentinel, technically.
Right. Yeah, so we'll have to see how things wrap up with the church to see if she still will be completely homeless.
I'm actually kind of excited because, like, if you remember, you probably don't actually. In the league, the name of the next chapter, it's to toss lightly the crown, I think.
Oh, right. Oh, that's a good point. I forgot about it, because they did announce what all the chapter names were going to be, right?
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
So so that's why I'm also I think that's also a good point to mention, like Cardetia has a crown.
Yeah, that would convince me more. Yeah. I completely forgot that they had announced all the title stuff. Oh, that's kind of a shame.
I mean, they didn't announce it. It's a
leak.
leak.
Yeah.
It's a leak because like the league is called Lightly We Toss the Crown. Yeah.
Was it the leak? I thought it was part of the that announced that, remember that special trailer that they had for
Oh yeah. I forgot about it. I forgot they did the teaser for the title too. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah. So that's where I thought you were getting it from, not from.
You know what? You're right. I'm too focused on the leaks. Leaks can change. Leaks can change, guys.
You mean your dreams? You're focused on your dreams that you've had, not. You don't look at leaks. They're just dreams that you have.
Oh yeah, for real. Yeah. I was dreaming of all these new characters coming to the banner, and me ready to pull for it. But yeah, I am just excited to see what they have to offer.
Yeah.
And also the skins, the new skins, the swimsuits.
Oh yeah, the swimsuits. Yep.
Can't wait for those. But yeah, right. I think we've way past bedtime for a sequel.
Yes.
He's now officially a bad boy, rebelling and going past his bedtime.
I will be tired tomorrow, so I think this is probably a good place to stop. No, it's all good. It's all good.
This far.
I think one thing I need to get better at too is just coming to conclusions a little bit quicker and stuff, because we probably could have ended that debate a little bit sooner, but. But we like to ramble, so
I think it's really fun to get into the thick of things, instead of just trying to I'm gonna agree with you because I want to end it here, because I feel like resolving this is much more complete, I think.
Yeah. So long as it's entertaining for everyone else, that's good. I just hope that sometimes it doesn't get too back and forth, and then we get lost in the weeds, and it can be confusing for others.
Hey, it's called communication training.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, anyway, though, thank you everybody for stopping by. Is there anything that you want to shout out, Con, or we doing anything else for the rest of the week, or?
I'm playing Claire, more of Claire. I'll try to also finish the 2.3 events, so maybe next time we can talk about that.
Okay.
And then maybe we can also do some theory crafting on what's coming on 2.4, how they're gonna celebrate that side of the anniversary.
Ooh, that'll be a good thing. Maybe we for 2.4 we can actually do watch the announcement or the trailer or something, and have our predictions and stuff.
Ooh, yeah. I'll yeah. Actually, we can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll think about it. But yeah, anyway, though, thank you everybody for stopping by, and we'll see you all again in the next time. Later.
Lonely.